Little sleepy. Just forgot my water bottle somewhere, so I'm basically using an alternative source. Had to make sure that there'd be something here so that I can hydrate if I'm requested to. Okay. So, let me see who is actually shown up as... Oh, they got a Kaya one. Ah, letter from Varga. That's fun. Cool. Of course, the wine. Oh, the dandelion is presumably hinting that it's dandelion wine. And Ineffa anecdote is right there. Hello, how are you doing? Is that Ineffa anecdote? And I think that might be the one that gives us the Krumkake recipe, which is exciting. Yeah, in Nashitown you come across Ineffa who seems to be busy with something. I'm a little tired. I didn't sleep all that well last night. Weirdly enough, I don't think I had enough water. No, I've actually had Yeah, also I forgot my water bottle somewhere earlier today. You know, outside the house, so I'll need to go back and get it sometime. So that's also funny. And okay, so she's getting these Lakkaberries. What if we pick them up first, before she can take them? It doesn't work like that. 3 more to go. Familiar presence detected nearby. Ineffa, hello traveler. We're picking white berries here. Yes, Aino enjoys eating Krumkakes made with fresher specimens. The ones in the marketplace today fell below her standards, and that's why I'm presently here carrying out orders to procure them. Are you alright? How's your humor module? Thank you for your concern. A few days ago, Aino adjusted my humor module, returning it to its original output. So she's finally back to normal. Why did she undo the upgrade? So basically she was making Sino level bad puns, because my efficiency in generating jokes decreased significantly after my first few responses. It was taxing to generate more afterward, and any forced results lacked humor. According to Aino, it is because the creative logic of these jokes is overtly chaotic, and my logic module cannot comprehend their creative principles, therefore I cannot produce content of substance. That's sad. In order to not affect the logic module's operation, Aino decided to return the humor module's parameters back to normal levels. But if you enjoyed my sense of humor from before, traveler, I can notify Aino. No, this is great. No upgrade, please. Do you not like these types of jokes? I know someone who has that sense of humor. His jokes never ever end, and again, this is about Sino. Is that so? He must be someone of great skill to think he can generate consistently humorous jokes from such bizarre and chaotic creative principles. Let's talk about Krumkakes, please. So in the recent Sumeru event, there was a joke about Sino bringing spiced tea, and one of the sort of fade to black said that he had actually brought spiced tea. But in the Japanese, he made a joke about chocolate, and the fade to black said he had brought chocolate instead. So technically, not just the joke, but the course of events changes in localization for an incredibly minor detail. But of course, if you wish to ask me about adding more sugar to Krumkakes, to resist, Krumkake recipes include specific quantities of sugar to be added. Adding too much or too little will affect the taste of the finished product. Thank goodness, so about whiteberry Krumkakes. So we're going to get the recipe. Of course, I'm scanning the area to determine if it is suitable for a cooking demonstration. The results are not favorable. Backup plan activated. I'll also write down the recipe and give it to you. Looks like Ineffa's really back to normal. Thank you. And I believe this is her signature dish. You're welcome. If you have time, remember to come visit. I forget what Aino's signature dish is, but it's interesting that Aino's favorite food is the Krumkakes, but it's not her specialty because it's Ineffa who makes them for her. Although my humor module has been restored to its original parameters, Aino has been researching the creative logic chain of these kinds of jokes. Should she manage to create a joke generation module, I will be able to continue telling jokes. Please look forward to this update, traveler. I don't think I will. Tanoshimi ni shite kudasai. Okay, and we got the whiteberry Krumkakes recipe. detailed step-by-step recipe. Exciting. And right over here, new anecdote. Yep, a matter of Krumkakes. In Nashiten, you come across Ineffa procuring ingredients for Krumkakes. It appears as though Aino has significantly lowered her humor settings. And according to my list, I need to gather 3 more white berries. Until next time. And let me just see. Would she say anything different if we hadn't picked up the ones that are there? It does not seem to be the case. Does not seem to be the Krumkakes. Altogether, I would probably say Sumeru. That makes a lot of sense, because it is the closest to, you know, for better or worse, just a very generic one-note fantasy setting, which really calibrated people's expectations for the game, for better or worse, because they expected everything to be like Mondstadt. And it does not help that Inazuma was also exceptionally primitive. You know, there was not... Okay, yeah, this crane was not here until I did that quest. Now that I remember it. This is the path I take over to the... Right. Inazuma, frankly, has the lowest tech level of any region in the game. And people expected, oh, you know, Mondstadt, Inazuma are like that, and Liyue doesn't really have anything particularly notable one way or the other in terms of it. The main thing is that from the very beginning, you literally had plastic. Barbara having plastic as soon as Windbloom. Well, yeah. But, to be fair, they could have chosen other points in Japanese history to really base the region off of, because it's very specifically based on... Oh, goodness. What is happening with the connection just now? That is kind of egregious. Oh, Lord. That would be funny, I guess. Okay, something just... Okay. Is the stream having a problem? Because for whatever reason, connection to the server just totally bit it. Okay. I don't know what that just was, but you know, you could see up in the top right, the ping suddenly shot up to the 700s, and then just went back down, but it's interesting. Huh, well, whatever. Check something here. I think it was. But one way or the other. Yeah, so it doesn't... I don't think it was a problem with my connection, or if it was a problem with my connection. It doesn't seem to have been a problem with my connection that... You know what? If we're right here, let's just bring all the robots over. We're already right here right now. That's fun. I mean, it's just getting the robots over, right? It's not too complicated. Yeah, the robots are very cute. Do appreciate their somewhat animalistic traits. We've got some that are very rabbit-like, some that are very dog-like. I imagine you would like that. So they should all be in the same general area. The question is... These are some of the quote-unquote art installations we set up. Other than this... See one of those over there. Are we able to... Something here. Oh, we're gonna have to pull this away so it's no longer attracted. And now they can go home. That's exciting. No, they're actually not going anywhere. They are very simple, but not necessarily in a bad way. It's hard to go wrong with magnetism as the basis of the puzzle. Because some of them do get kind of tricky, or at least interesting the way that they make use of magnetism. Doesn't have to be hard to be interesting or fun. Yeah. I figured that something that's, you know, vaguely scientific would fit your individual tastes. Let me just see. See one over there, but probably going the wrong way in as far as bringing the robots back. Maybe. Maybe I should just do that final commission, I suppose. That might be They actually kind of already have that. It just takes a lot, so most people don't even know it exists. It's not in here. It's the Archeum Forge over here in Fontaine. But it requires you to collect I think it's 9 Archeum pieces throughout the main quest lines in the Fortress and in the Research Institute. I did that some time ago, but I think a lot of people don't know it exists because it takes a bit to even uncover. I think we can bring the repulsor over there, but we're going to have to switch to hanky mode, I believe. That kind of surprises me. I would think that of all the main stories you've done, it would be not ones. Yeah, we need to get over there, and we'll do this by transformation. Okay. So now we can shoot ourselves over this way, I believe, and... Huh. Or not? Not sure I'll have the ability to pull it from over there. Maybe. Yeah, the module it did not despawn. Okay, I definitely need to... That is weird. Seems to be spawning back in and despawning, and... I don't think I'm actually supposed to throw it on there, actually. But what would happen if I did? Send up there. This is the spot over Nashitown. This is about where that commission is going to be, too. Also, we have... There's a sentry drone over there, and you got captured. So we have to break that top using some kind of moon power to... Oh, we probably just... No, it was something over here, and... The module is over this way now? I don't really know what's happening here. Alright. What if we use this? I guess the module just goes there, but that sends it up at the other robot, and did that send them back to the... That did send them back! It is this far away. Yeah, presumably? But not necessarily, I suppose. It's not as if they can't just throw us a curveball. That powers it to repel and sent it flying at the sentry drone. That's how that worked. Well, that was interesting. Because to be fair, before Nod-Krai got announced, presumably Snezhnaya was going to be right after Notlan. And to be fair, Nod-Krai is part of Snezhnaya, but it's also not Chapter 6. It's an interlude chapter. You know, internally it's still 6.0, 6.1, and so on, but they're calling it Luna whatever, because who knows, but... Oh... It's interesting. But yes, presumably, unless something really weird happens and they give us another interlude arc, I won't call it filler. It's unexpected, and it's not one of the originally announced regions, and it's very plainly a retcon. But it's not filler. I don't think you can call Conria stuff and Sinner stuff filler. Again, it's not what people originally expected to be in 2025 and 2026, but it's not as if it's a totally detached Nothing Burger arc. I don't know. I mean, both bodacious babes and power scaling appeal to men specifically, so it wouldn't surprise me. But I think it also makes sense for Mavica to remain the quote-unquote strongest in terms of pure combat prowess, because she is the Archon of the Nation of War specifically. I guess it depends on how you define strength, because... Well, it's more in this... Okay, Niminen. With a recent crackdown and all, maybe I should lay low for a while. What crackdown? Haven't you heard? The Fatui caught a bunch of treasure hunters breaking into the Moon Power and Experimental Design Bureau. Damn shame I say, apparently the place is full of valuable stuff. Even just a handful of random components from inside would fetch a pretty penny on the open market. Rumors are well founded. You've been inside, how do you get in? I've been staking the place out for ages and I still haven't found an opening. I was starting to consider registering that cruise ship fell on the flagship and sticking it that way, but then I saw the guy with a sign outside and figured I should err on the side of caution. A sign. And I wonder what he would say about a bunch of treasure hunters if we hadn't done the infiltration quest yet. All this fuss about the Fatui stuff. I never thought I'd meet someone who wasn't intimidated by the Fatui. Whatever they're guarding must be big. Why else would all these treasure hunters be swarming about? Said something huge like that was probably out of reach for someone with my capabilities. Balance, I think I'm better off playing it safe. Okay. Sounds like a plan. Niminen. I take it you've got some experience in this regard. It's worth staking out, that's for sure, but don't get charging in and unprepared. The place is crawling with elite Fatui forces. Niminen. Because in the end, having command of the entire Fatui makes... Okay, it doesn't seem, or at least the wiki doesn't document him having any different dialogue. But, one way or another, I also need to, let's get some resistance books, because Razor uses them, and again, he's going to get stronger very shortly. I also want to get a couple more chains from the, not this, chains from the Mondstadt weapon domain, because again... This patch, they are giving us not only a Durin signature, they're giving us a new Venti signature, specifically tailored towards his new on-field DPS playstyle, which, it would be nice to go for that too, hopefully, ideally, and that requires some chains, but right now they've got the doubled rewards, and if I go there right now, I don't have a choice to not use them, actually, so there you go. Oh well. It's crazy that she can even hit him in midair. Very, very funny. Okay. And there we are. 1, 2, 3, 4. Did hit you a little too. Nice. Hit with a couple more of these, and oh, I'm surprised that hit through. Not that it really matters, and again, we got to use Mavica and Arlecchino together, I guess. Even though... Arguably, Mavica is still so much better, even without any other Night Soul, or even using her burst. I suppose the downside, really, of Mavica, I mean, of Arlecchino not really being burst reliant, is that she also doesn't really have a burst. You know, Mavica is burst reliant, I suppose, but she also doesn't have to worry about energy, so it kind of is a bit of a moot point. Again... It does make sense for her to be strong as a Harbinger, I mean as an Archon, but Harbingers have their own strength too. I think it's honestly more interesting what they did in terms of making him mono-animo, because if they just gave him the ability to crowd control bigger enemies, it would negate a lot of aspects of the game. You know, there's a reason that ZZZ corrected their course in initially allowing you to actually freeze boss-type enemies, and there's a reason you can't freeze boss-type enemies in this game. I would like New Viet, but let me finish my current topic of conversation first, real quick, because I will say that the one thing I don't like is the fact that if you trigger freeze on a boss-type enemy, it basically destroys both elements. meaning that Blizzard Strayer and freeze-reliant characters become, for damage, not for the crowd control portion, but for damage, become completely useless on enemies that can't be frozen if they've got Hydra in the party. I mean, you can run characters with Cryo Resonance like Skirk, who aren't running Blizzard Strayer and benefit from the Cryo Aura, but that is very, very different from running Blizzard Strayer and benefiting from Freeze, which is, in its own way, an absolutely massive Ayaka nerf. The fact that Abyss and similar modes went from, sort of low AoE situations without a lot of boss enemies to very boss-heavy, totally shutting down not just the crowd control aspect of Freeze, but literally the damage aspect of Blizzard Strayer. Though, again, I guess nowadays you'd probably, be running Ayaka with Marcia Say, with Fiorina, though that is a bit silly too. But what I actually like is that they didn't remove his old kit, and his kit's still great for true trash mob fight situations, building him EM. But it allows him to get use out of his crowd control in lower AoE situations or stronger enemy situations as a way to actually just crowd control them, not versus roll damage spam, so that they can all be hit by his piercing burst arrows. It just makes him more versatile. Because there's a reason that they just don't really do any kind of high AoE content any longer, except for some theater scenarios, which is, let me see, that it makes Venti too strong, to the point where the game becomes unfun to play, whether you have him or not, because either you trivialize all the content, or the content is stupidly hard, based on whether or not you have Venti. I don't imagine they would make it so that you can toggle the buff, because there is no situation where the buff is undesirable. The buffs are purely additive, pure upgrades. They don't turn off any aspects of the character's previous kits. It's not something like with Jinglu going from an attack scaler to an HP scaler entirely, and making her previous relics useless. It's just, Venti can still do all his old stuff even with the upgrades active, he just has more stuff now. And it's the same exact thing for all the other Hexerai characters. So, yes, but I think that's, some people are stupid contrarians who should be taken out back behind a barn and shot. That will be true in every video game fandom. But there's a big difference between what they did, which was, again, totally change, outright remove, and add new parts of character kits, as opposed to just being purely additive. Here, it's purely additive. There is really no reason that you would ever want to not have the buff active. Oh, thank you for the follow. Kitty Queen 1345. We do have an... No, we don't have enough. That's ridiculous. We need to run this one more time. I'm going to eat somebody. But yeah, I do find it funny that I'm putting so much thought into saying, yeah, let's put everything together for the Venti set. I mean, for Venti's weapon, when there is a strong chance that I just don't end up picking it up. Though, to be fair, I did preform for Milu's cricket bat, and then I didn't pick that up either. But, I don't care anymore. And within a year, the U.S. economy will go into a Great Depression, and they'll probably have to issue new currency eventually anyway. We're gonna spend. No reason not to. But one way or another, let's just pick this up, and then actually get back to questing. Well, I don't think so, because these are Mondstadt materials. They're not exactly interchangeable. And I think it's... Durin uses tiles, Venti uses chains. I imagine that Varka's weapon is probably going to use fangs. So it's not interchangeable. Oh, nice. Just got co-op. I will say, I'm not busy enough that I'm unable to help out people. So if you want me to hop on and kill a couple bosses for you or something, I won't refuse. If you don't want to, you don't want to, but if you need help, I am more than happy to offer. It is entirely up to you. On that note, I'm going to go around and go for the Robats here. Where is... It has been a while since I actually did some co-op assistance for people. You know, for you, Dogman, I think I'm pretty sure, if I recall correctly, that's how you got snared initially. You had me fight the Thundering Manifestation for you in order to help you build your Raiden. That was a while ago. That was, I think, about 1.5 years ago, if I recall correctly. I think so. Yeah. So, there's this robot here. Oh, we have to disengage this. Right. Can activate you. Will that just... Let's send you back or what? Yeah, almost 2. I did not attract. I guess we... Well, the main thing is that if we do our transformation, we can get a little bit farther away from... That's the annoying thing. I didn't want to actually activate this robot. We have to transform now. Now we can take this module and disengage this cube. So now, what do we want to do with this specifically? Gonna tumble over there specifically. Okay, it breaks through that. But do we need to do that specifically in order to get it? Imagine we could have just used the Kahanki and gone over here otherwise, but... I think now what we need to do actually is put the core on top of the robot? Maybe? Maybe not. What did this actually just do? I am not entirely sure. We've got that core, and if we were to take the core back, and we can put it back on there, but it doesn't seem to have done anything other than basically open up this storage crate. It's interesting. You never know what you might be missing in here. And I also kind of wonder whether this bot is one that is going to... Oh, goodness. Give us more progress towards that objective or not? How do we want to... I also want to try putting the core on the other side, the relay mechanism. Though I don't imagine that's going to do anything either. Let me see. Can put that on there, and again, it did absolutely jack. This is amusing. Oh, goodness. I am losing my mind. Don't believe there's going to be anybody inside there. Inside the laboratory, now that we've cleared it out, but there are 3 more bots that are supposed to be somewhere. I guess what would be really funny is if it ended up being connected to this plinth for the day's commission, and it just erased a robot. It has been a long, long time since any kind of interference with in-world mechanisms existed. There were some ley lines in OG Leeway that would override and temporarily remove existing enemy encounters with chests attached. And the Thunder Sojourn event, and again, this was 4 years ago, back when Inazuma first came out, erased some areas, some puzzles with its limited time puzzles. But other than that, I can't really remember anything, so I'm just being incredibly neurotic for no real reason. It's silly. Okay, come on. And we can... Oh my goodness. That's right. But... few more of these will take you down. That's very, very strong. Until we get that burst back, I guess we can use flames when we inevitably encounter trash. Okay. It's a lot easier to run, and then that should give some particles back, but there's supposed to be 3 more somewhere. And I don't quite know where. So that 1 robot, but I don't know for sure if that robot is one tied to this objective. If some of them are actually in Nasha Town, that would suck. If some of them were overlooking it, I wouldn't imagine they're actually in there, but you never know. Also, that blade horn is a little too spicy for me right now. I need to go and get Llama's burst back up by killing something else. Might be over there, maybe. But it's only 3 more. Doesn't seem like any of these... But it's all Radiant Beasts. It's all Radiant Beasts here. It's so annoying. Well, maybe something around, and they're just gonna give me some trash, I suppose. Moonglow Firefly. These chic badgers. And what is so chic about them? way freak, c'est chic. Nile Rodgers got inducted to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame some years ago, I believe. It might be down here, though I see some Wild Hunt stuff there, and I don't think they'd really cross the streams, so to speak. So just... It's all Radiant Beasts, which is just a little bit too spicy right now. I think in that case, what I'm gonna go over here, because over here there is a little underground area, and I believe I know there is a quest associated with that. So this will, I thought we had Aino. I'm so sorry. Wow! That is not the wrong time. I'll press the wrong button. Oh, good lord. This is one of the most comical fumbles I've had in a while. Okay. And before, well, that was a mutual kill that I did not expect. Again, I guess that's more or less what I get for running this team with literally no sustain or defense, but okay. Aino is not a better Mona. What about Aino makes you think she is a better Mona? I think you evaluate characters in a very funny kind of way to me. Because Mona's primary utility is not her Hydro, it's the damage buff when she bursts. And Aino has nothing of the sort. Aino has precisely 0 buffing capabilities at C0. She has... Oh, goodness. At C1, she gets an 80 Elemental Mastery buff for the team when she uses Skill or Burst, which is not a particularly strong buff, except for Nefer. It's actually decent for Nefer. I mean, it's not nothing. Yeah, exactly. Aino is for Hydra application. The big thing about Aino is that she has a very, very short cooldown, which fits very well with Flynn's teams and Nefer teams, which have short, and in Nefer's team also flexible rotations. How we can get in through here. Palmon thought a place full of secrets would be more heavily guarded than this. We'll see what happens with Columbina, because I think there's a strong chance that Columbina is going to be an Aino Pro Max and just have short cooldown, decent Hydra application. The other thing about Aino is that her Hydra application might not be as fast as, say, Xiaolon or Xingqiao's, but it's completely unreliant on using normal attacks. And in a world where we're getting more and more characters, such as Mizuki, or, say, Nefer, who don't really use normal attacks, or, in Mizuki's case, can't even use normal attacks, Aino does not deal damage. Aino deals no damage. No damage we're talking about. To the point that it doesn't even, well, this is way down under the ground. It doesn't really matter what artifact main stats you build her with, except for, I guess, crit rate for Vav, or, oh, maybe energy recharge, though she doesn't really need much energy recharge. Palma knew it'd be sealed shut. Now Palma's even more curious, what kind of facility is this? If only we could get inside and take a look, and we just gotta, it's a strong moon power environment, just gotta use the ID card. It's that easy. Wow. Huh? Oh, it's getting repelled. Oh, we have to stand on top, don't we? I think. If we stand up top, we can, yep, get it over the barrier. That was very fun. Nice. Somehow the ID card just disintegrated. Can also disable this now. And this will repel, and that leads the way to a chest. Very fun. You cannot make her a DPS. If you want a small child to deal all your damage, just build Kui. You have her. And next patch, she's actually going to be good. She's actually about as good as Arlecchino now, maybe a little bit better. But the thing about Mona is that she's for the buff on her burst, as well as, you know, some Hydro App, which also is not burst reliant. I mean, normal attack reliant. Traps, how come there's no alarm going off? Because it's not intended to be manned. Till the Palm on the staff would figure their way through all this too. That's downright cruel. Chi-Chi DPS is stupid. Superconduct is interesting, but it's not good. The only case in which using Chi-Chi at all is really meaningful is when they put Patapo's Solidarity in Theater, which is a boss you can only kill with healing, as in takes damage from your own team's healing, unless, I guess, you have a hilariously wailed out Mavica, and even then. And wait for them to give Shion/Adeptus buffs. I refuse cooperation with Adeptus. They're Shion. That's not really a translatable term. That's why they translated it, and it was stupid, and it was a fake Latin word. It's not really translatable. They can keep that. It's 2025. They don't care. No one cares that this game is Chinese anymore. But as I was saying, I'm sure she'll get something decent when we get Shion faction buffs. We may get that in 6.3 with Columbina, and apparently we may be getting the moon-related White Horse Adeptus. I mean, White Horse Shion. I caught myself. Who Yanfei talks about in an anecdote here, who's apparently going to be lunar crystallized and tend to work with Columbina. I don't know. They were just making things up at this point, I think. But as I was saying, she's going to be a moon sign character who isn't Nod-Krai, which is interesting, which implies there may be a leeway casing moonwheel. Though to be fair, moonwheels look exactly like Nod-Krai vision cases, which implies, I suppose, they could have other cases instead. But again, the evidence against that, I suppose, is the fact that Nefer has a Nod-Krai casing, when in theory they could have given her a Sumeru casing moonwheel, but who cares really? But one way or another we have the possibility on the rise of real Chi-Chi buffs, but aside from that, she has a niche right now. It is literally just fighting Patapo's solidarity, but it's not all that bad a niche. Because she's still great for that fight if she's available there. Okay, you've woken up. Let's use Flynn's here. For the... oh my goodness. That was delayed a lot more than I expected. This is what I get, again, for running this team without Ineffa, and it... Priorities first. Investigate the entrance. I'm not even sure this is one that ties to the meeting point. Well, looks like this door won't open. Potman's really curious about what's on the other side. It's probably nothing important. There must be an evil experiment going on inside. The one thing that does also really excite me about 6.3 is that we're also getting a new artifact set, which I think is probably going to be, the Reed Miller artifact set that we've been getting fake pieces of so far for the Proofs of the Cognoscenti, which is apparently going to be a Nod-Krai DPS set, which also means that Aino would be able to use, say, Silken Moon Serenade on a Flynn's, Ineffa, Sucrose, Aino team. Because as of right now, it's, you can have Aino hold it and then give Ineffa maybe Kill the Dreams or something, but that's a little scuffed. Having an actual dedicated Nod-Krai sub-DPS set, instead of having your sub-DPS use the Nod-Krai buffer set, would really make the team make more sense, especially since Aino, there isn't really a specific artifact set you give Aino at this point. Sometimes you give her Noblesse. I have her on Noblesse because it's flexible. Sometimes you have her on Silken Moon. Sometimes you have her on Instructors. But I refuse out of principle to build 4-star artifact sets. That's why my Goro has Noblesse instead of Exile, among other things. But, to be fair, it's been a while since I've really used them. Evil Experiment, if that's the case, the security here is way too lax. No, we've really got to take a look inside. Otherwise, it's sitting Paimon's head like having a belly full of Nod-Krai hot dogs that just won't go down. Sonic with her chili dogs. The door might be locked, but maybe there's another way in. I think it is far too far off to make any presumptions about what Asmodee's kit is going to be like. Though it'll be interesting. Just see this here. It is very funny that in a single trailer it went from, oh, Paimon is probably Isra, to, oh, Paimon is almost definitely Asmodee. I spent years and months working on this story, and then he just went ahead and tweeted it out. If you want to. Or again, you could turn to a life of crime, and then just wail for as many characters as you like. And then maybe you could give me some of that cash, too. Don't worry about it. Okay. So we got this. I have to dodge to the side. I can make an opening before it comes and gets us. We have to use this ID card puzzle for this. And through the mid. Oh, that was not good. I guess we're going to have to wait, maybe. What is this one? This time. How did that not actually get picked up? It's weirdly finicky. Range limit exceeded. Unlock module reset. What does that mean? Of course. Have to wait for it to get in the middle. Wow, okay. There we go. It only took forever and... Oh, you're kidding. I don't even know what happens when I touch that barrier, but it's more fun to not let myself do it at all. Okay. A truly, stunningly unimpressive performance. I don't need C6 Mavica. The game is not hard enough for me to want C6 Mavica. Oh, have you done this already? So it does just push you back. It's kind of disappointing. I would hope it would at least kill me. Maybe even reset the area. I am, after all, a total glutton for punishment. Yeah, but this is Durin's emblem set I'm making right now. Okay, okay. Woe be I to assume. Well, it would be nice, though I don't have enough to take it to 20 right now without using juices. I'm mostly doing this as a way to just clear trash artifacts out of my inventory. But one way or another. Okay. So next one is... And it does actually just push you. You were right. Okay. That is kind of disappointing. Seems to have a weirdly larger hitbox. Close this. Go further in. They've got blue moon power plants and red moon power plants too. Something power plant joke. Okay. We have to go even deeper. How does anyone put up with working in a place with no sunlight? Yeah, maybe that's the point. If they never see the sun, they won't know when it's time to clock out. How horrible. Okay. And I don't believe there was anything up top, but there were two in here. And we've got rocks. I'm going to be using Emblem. I know that YouTube has a bit of a delay, but I threw some trash artifacts. Why is there this Trail of Mora? Some trash artifacts on an Emblem set. I have Aloy as my dedicated artifact holder for unreleased characters, because God knows if I'll ever actually build her. Honestly, I could use Mannequin for that at this point, but I'll be using Emblem because most of his damage is coming from his burst. You can also use Noblesse or maybe even Instructors if you're not if no one else is holding Noblesse, I suppose. Aloy is literally just a worse Yoimiya, which is as funny as it sounds. Got a viewpoint and secret research. What are they researching here? Just moon power, I presume? Wonder if this is Dottores. Have you played Horizon? I know a guy, the friend of mine who quit this game because he invested too hard in Ayaka and made the game too boring for himself, was a big Horizon guy and was probably the only person I know, at least until now I suppose, who actually was happy that Aloy got added and liked having her in the game. A massive vessel containing captured moonlight. But the big thing about Aloy is, and it is kind of notable, I suppose, that unlike the Mannequin, who explicitly does not have constellations, where'd my Mannequin go? Huh? Oh, right here, because, yeah, it's Pyro. And yep, they're just the newest character. Or, I guess I haven't tested it. Is Red actually taking priority? Is it really a 6-star? But they don't have constellations, whereas for Aloy, and I guess they could go back and change it maybe. Kind of weird they haven't. They just haven't done anything. There's no effect. The interesting thing is that back in Labyrinth Warriors, back in Inazuma, there was... Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. Okay, we're back now, at least. Hate my stupid Chungus life. Yeah, but you were able to actually activate her C1 because there was an effect that would level up your character's constellations by a level, and it just didn't do anything because there was no effect programmed in. So many jars, and inside them could it be Moon Power? Moon Power Jar Project. What are the Vitui doing placing these things so deep underground so they can use them? Of course, it must be some kind of evil experiment. Well, we all know the Vitui are pretty evil, but Paimon wants to know the details. Trevor, let's investigate around here first. Maybe we'll uncover some clues. Look for clues in the area. And that, again, the Moon Power Experimental Design Bureau clearly has many more secrets. This underground research center. This real quick is... Yeah, we got some progress just by unlocking those teleport waypoints, so... It shouldn't be too bad to get to 80 before the end of the day, I hope. Research records. Oh, it's Bala. How are you doing? Test the stability of the new barrier generator when generating protective barriers in various settings. Experiment location refer to illustration. Current status, moon power energy harvesting mechanism successfully established. The feasibility of high-density energy barrier generation has been experimentally verified. With current technology, barrier generators can stably produce energy barriers in various shapes, including spherical configurations. Prolonged high-intensity generator operation can cause overheating and material fatigue. This not only reduces the device's lifespan, but may also result in minor energy leakage. Although currently minimal, the long-term effects are uncertain and could present potential risks. Continued monitoring and retention are advisable. Data must be collected from multiple sources for aggregated analysis to gain further insight. It's like some sort of research records, and we're being watched. Presumably we need to investigate those locations, maybe? Let me mark those on my map. Potentially. Let me see real quick. On that hill and above and below on the left side of the arms there. Let me see. Okay. Oh, Lord, I think something bad just happened, which is stupid, stupid, stupid. Good God. Oops. God damn. God damn. Let me see what I can do to end stream without stopping the recording. I'm gonna have to manually put this together. This is infuriating. God damn it. Alright. I mean, we should be back now, but that was really stupid. Experiment objective: to test the stability of the new barrier generator when generating protective barriers in various settings. Experiment location refer to illustration. Successfully established. Yeah, I'm gonna have to stitch stuff together, huh? That's exciting. Various shapes, including spherical configurations, high-intensity generator operation, overheating, material fatigue, minor energy leakage, uncertain potential risks, aggregate analysis to gain further insight. Sort of research records, and this part totally, completely repeats. Now, there is definitely something up with my Wi-Fi, or at least the connection in my room specifically, which is interesting. Yeah. Can check that. Data from the research log, data from the 10th experiment on the barrier generator stability has been fully compiled. Results remain unsatisfactory, as energy is still depleting too quickly. The experiment was relocated to a different site, but a land cruiser became damaged due to an operational error. Chaos ensued, data was successfully recovered, but additional time had to be spent filing the incident report. New barrier prototype has arrived, now a third of its original size. Initial testing was conducted this morning, and performance was found to be acceptable. However, energy availability over time continues to be bottlenecked. Energy consumption model modified, resulting in improved data fit. Disappointingly, my transfer request has been denied. But I suppose that's not surprising at all. That project is highly classified, with access granted to only a select few. And You're kidding. Well... Yep, the YouTube totally dropped. I'm going to need to kill. I'm gonna need to kill it. That's stupid. Good lord. It's something to do with the multi-streaming. It makes it a lot more unreliable, because basically it goes through Streamlabs, and... God fucking damn it. I mean, hopefully in a year I will be out of this place one way or another, and I can, among other things, just hook my PC into Ethernet. No, what happened specifically is that YouTube works in that you have to make a video in advance for a stream. You have to make a video for a live stream. And what that means is that if you disconnect from a live stream for too long, and it kind of works that way from Twitch, it'll record it as a separate video. You can't actually reconnect. You'd have to make a new video, which is really, really stupid. You know, because it's not a live stream oriented platform. It's a video oriented platform, which does mean that technically OBS and Streamlabs are a bit more suited for Twitch. But one way or another, God fucking damn it. Data fit. Yeah, but I have the farthest room from the router in the house because they expected me to actually be able to move out. Unfortunately, the economy's been fucked in the ass for forever, and I mean, maybe in a year I'll be somewhere. The main thing is that I either need to get closer to the router, but it's not like there's another room in the house I could be streaming from instead. That wouldn't work. That's not possible. And I'll be okay. Or I need some way to actually run an Ethernet cable from the router to my room, which would require drilling holes in the walls, which is a complete non-starter. Disappointing among a transfer request has been denied, but I suppose that's not surprising at all. The project is highly classified with access granted to only a select few. More funding were available, perhaps sharing a space with those who tinker with plants or animals might be avoided. Who knows, maybe we could even come up with something more impressive. Okay. Oh, this doesn't seem very useful. To all units and personnel, notice, due to the recent increase in suspicious activities around the Design Bureau, Command has decided to raise the alert level effective immediately to ensure the security of military secrets and personal safety. All sentry posts and patrols are to remain on high alert and increase surveillance around the Design Bureau's perimeter and non-core areas. Any unauthorized approach or entry into the restricted zone shall be treated as hostile behavior. The necessary measures shall be taken without delay by order. This isn't what we're looking for. Seen all of those, and now what? It looks like they really were doing experiments here, but this isn't the only place. There are 3 more sites up on the surface. They're collecting data from those sites and then sending it down here for analysis. Hey, Trevor, what have we made off with all their data? Well, actually, Palman's kind of curious about what they find out. How about we collect the data from all 3 sites, check the results, and then take everything with us? But the big thing is that it says it reconnects and then doesn't actually reconnect, which is what's goddamned ridiculous. Yeah. Disconnecting and reconnect. It says it reconnects and then just doesn't actually reconnect. Not actually reconnecting. I mean, it's internet instability. Because I'm far away from the router. And I need to take the results. Feels like it'd be simpler to just destroy everything. That'd cause way too much of a scene, wouldn't? Let's not go overboard here and create a bunch of needless noise. Besides, aren't you the least bit curious about how the results travel? Come on, let's give it a try. Go to the marked location to retrieve data. If we went up top, could we just climb up here and see what's up there? Maybe. I think Aino might be able to actually scale up here. The main thing is just I need a way to hook an Ethernet. Because that means, or just get closer, because one room away. But again, it's the situation very specifically is that some years ago they had me and my sister switch rooms, and she is not here anymore. She's at college, because they imagined that I would actually be able to move out. Instead of, not actually being able to get, a good job. And therefore, it wouldn't really matter what room I was in. In fact, I imagine it was probably intended, at least in part, to, encourage me to leave. Unfortunately, that doesn't work. And, it's like, what am I going to do? Start renting? It's a terrible idea. But that's just throwing money away. That is lighting money on fire. If you can avoid renting by any means necessary, you do it. Especially these days, but that room is marginally closer to the router. It has much better Wi-Fi. I don't think I would have connection issues if I were literally just one room over. But I don't think it would really work to actually move back in there for a number of reasons. especially since she's a hoarder. I mean, not a hoarder, but she has a lot of stuff of her own that would have to be put away, or maybe even gotten rid of if she were to be moved somewhere else. If we were to switch again, you know, she has expanded to fill the space allotted, and it's just a non-starter. But it's just, what else am I going to do? Drill holes in the walls to run a long Ethernet cable that, if it broke or something, you know, would require us to go back and open up the walls in again? Well, the reason renting is bad is because you're losing money. You know, there are bad things about living with family, but the primary thing is that I don't have to pay rent. I'm not paying rent. If you're paying rent, that money is not going towards anything in the future. It's not saving up towards a house. It's not any kind of investment. You're losing money and giving it to somebody else every month that you will never see again. It generally makes no economic sense if you have any way whatsoever to avoid it. You know, of course, sometimes you don't have a way to avoid it, but at the moment right now I do. Following incident T blank, operation of the moon-powered barrier activation terminal now requires the presence of no fewer than 2 certified safety officers, irrespective of operator rank. 2. Whether it's a land cruiser or a soldier, something, all are valuable assets of Her Majesty. Non-standard operations have already led to the permanent loss of at least something land cruisers and something soldiers. Vessel operator DA something is in place on indefinite leave pending a disciplinary hearing for gross negligence. Extreme caution is once again stressed to all. But the annoying thing is that there isn't a way, at least as far as I know, to continue recording while ceasing and starting a new transmission. Yeah, I mean, if you have a bad relationship with your parents, or if you want to, like, I don't know, like, have sex, I guess, I mean, like, seriously, then it makes sense to move out so you don't have your parents looking down your nose. But I don't do anything that would require me to, you know, not have my parents around, really. I mean, this used to cut it close. But then I got a job, and they kind of stopped caring, because I was at least employed. But so we can scan all these, and I imagine we're going to get attacked now. Yep, there we go. Let's see, and this will finish it. What in the hell? Oh, that's hilarious. It opened up the Windows menu. And then I died. Dumb. But I mean, it is, but... And to be fair, like, you're white on both sides. I mean, like, my mother is Asian and my dad is, and I mean this in a good way, he's a libtard. I mean, like, I know your family is Republican. I mean, like, you moved from California to Texas. And that, I mean, like, they want to be rid of their kids in the house as soon as they can. I mean, like, and, like, that's the thing. It's like, for better or worse, and I don't want to get too political, but liberals have kids if they want kids. Conservatives have kids because they feel like they have to, and that usually means they don't like their kids very much. Which is why, like, in America, you know, a lot of families won't just encourage their kids to move out. They will, like, outright kick their kids out as soon as they hit the age of majority. I mean, like, seriously, every now and then on Twitter, every month or so, you'll have a video of, like, them dumping on a random street corner and being like, figure this shit out. I'm not joking. America's an interesting place. You know, it is what it is. Well, I was not expecting 2 waves, though I mean, I kind of was, so I should put more in. Put this here. Well, we didn't need that, but we'll be fine. We've got enough land cruisers. Data storage cassette. Interesting. Oh, whatever. That'll do it. So we're still creating more and more clouds. Let's check this cassette. Aino does not apply lunar charge by herself. She is a good way to sustain it because she applies hydro at a consistent enough rate without having to worry about using normals or charge attacks or anything at all. It's totally automatic. A storage cassette, a cassette that seems to be used by the Vitui for storing data. Who knows what information this one contains? Okay, but as I was saying... Yeah, only 5-star characters enable the conversion to lunar reactions on their own. The 4 stars synergize with it, some of them buff it. I know at higher constellations will buff lunar charge and lunar boom damage. Oh, it would not be good with her. Lunar charge does not do any more damage than electro charge, really. It just enables Ineffa and... It just enables Ineffa and Flynn's to deal high amounts of lunar-charged damage as part of their kits. So it is not something that is really all that good in and of itself. It maybe deals a little more bit more damage and can crit, but unless you're using Ineffa or Flynn's, it's not really all that good. Really. For better or worse. Huh. Right, we're going to need to actually go in a clockwise circle around this barrier, following the robot. I see. Well, there we go. Guess we'll have some fun. That's why we needed to move this crate, because otherwise we wouldn't be able to go counterclockwise. The car would get blocked by it if it was still on the left. Okay, cool. If only you would go a little bit faster, but that's okay, I guess. And then we'll be able to scan the 3 points over here. I wonder why they made it 3 instead of 1. Just representing that it's higher security, maybe? I don't know. Let's see. Okay. It's another data cassette, or at least it should be, right? Should be. We're already going around. Yeah, we got a second. Let me just double check and see if the meeting point uses... Yeah, it does count as a meeting point 1. Oh, I am not... I'm at 52% right now. Which I should hopefully be able to get to 80 before I end things today. Well, for the whole current Nod-Krai, I'm at 52. I need to get to 80 on average for the limited time rewards. And it really did suck that the stream broke, because you know, there were people on YouTube who were watching who wanted to be there, and it just totally busted down. Interesting conversations were being had even, and it just said, no thanks. I need to figure out some solution to the Wi-Fi issues. I mean, like, maybe we could switch things again, especially since, you know, much to her credit, my sister is actually a functional human being, and probably will be able to move out right after college. But I don't think she would really care about this room. About the room she's in right now, I mean. But honestly, I have feelings about it. She is doing communications, which again, you know, we will see about the longevity of the career, but she's smart, she's very intelligent. She's a lot more world-wise than I am, which counts for a lot. She did not move across the country when she was 9, which meant she had, you know, normal social development. So she's a lot more suited to doing normal people things than I am. I'll be the first to admit that. Can we get this here? No, she doesn't play anything. Like, do you really think my normie-ass sister would play this game? And I mean that in the best way possible. She is just actually a normal person. Normal people don't play this game. They did during coronavirus for, like, a year, and then they all dropped it once coronavirus stopped being a thing. I mean, and it is notable that, you know, the extent of the coronavirus boost, because... Oh, right, we have to repel it to get it closer. I did not notice that. Okay. Now we can pick it up here. Cool. Got some... Are these land cruisers going to activate? It doesn't seem like it. Funny that it was just mixing with the land cruisers. Though the decent contingent of normal people who played this game basically all quit once coronavirus stopped being a... I mean, kind of, I wouldn't say so. She played Doki Doki Literature Club and Amori, and then used to play a lot of Roblox slot, but not anymore. To hell with Lieutenant Raskolnikov and his rules. Why did they cross out Lieutenant? Can't even have a drink anymore. If I could take him in a fight, I'd have grabbed an axe and swung at him from behind. Messy handwriting, hurried handwriting by the pale star. Get these darn machines to clean this place up immediately. If the lieutenant catches you all having a booze party again, he'll have you all. Okay. So we're... This area counts as blue? That's weird. Flip that open, but... Oh, there was a bot on the inside. That's what happened. Heavy hoof fall. Okay. Open 120 chests on Lempo Isle, Hisi Island, and Paha Isle. Again, it is weird that Hisi Island is the only one that's an island when it's the smallest by a good deal. Okay, alright. So how then, and where is the ID card here? This will count, and yep, we can move it around in a circle, right? No. Oops. Few more. Are they gonna come back, or there's some number of them. Right, and letting this out here will allow us to cross the distance between the 3 that it goes to and the 1 that it does not. Okay, that works. Huh? Wait. What? Is this not working? I think it might have. It's a little weird. That worked, and now we can get over here. This will... No, it won't. That was even stranger, and... Yep, now it's totally reset. So what do we need to do to bridge that gap, then? That is more than a little lackey. Maybe just run fast enough? I don't quite know it. Oh, Lord. Yeah, the Wi-Fi is just on the fritz today. I'm not happy about this. I'm really not happy about this. Yep, we can get close enough now. Cool. Precious chest, alright. That's all 3 sets of data. Let's head back to the underground lab. Turn to the mysterious facility. Okay. Okay. Let me see. See something. Is there a problem there? I imagine someone is going to ambush us and ask for a fight. Traveler, let's input the data. And do their work for them, I guess. Let's submit. What just happened? We're locked in. Okay, the router has been reset. I think this will probably be something I just need to do every time from now on. Unfortunately. We're locked in. This has to be another trap. How are we supposed to get out? I didn't actually even see that. What do you mean by that? Device has been activated? Does that mean? No, what? What did you mean by that? Oh, because you're... I forgot that you're into, like, fat guys. And every now and then you remind me. Let me check something. I think something got missed when I reset things. Well, whatever. Well, just like bigger guys in general. It's, you know, big season. It's big boy season. Get you one. Large barrier surrounds the lab. It's not a bad thing, you know. Big boys need love too. Device has been activated. What does that mean? Let's see which filthy rat has snuck in this time. You're the criminals who ruined the experiment site, and now you dare come here. Traveler, Palma doesn't feel like a beating right now. Quick, do something about that barrier. And to find a way to escape. Can't hit us from here, can they? So what are we gotta get an ID card to get out of here. Don't we? What? That's impossible. Just blow it straight up. Porter Chic. That Vice Lieutenant? Or... Oh, I think we can just... Can we just chuck the bombs at them now? Only when they... Oh, no, we pulled that from them. Yeah, I don't believe we can... Yeah, we can't throw the grenades at them. That's disappointing. Well, whatever. Just gonna take all their weapons. That's fine. Cool. Oh! I think we just chucked it at him, though. Maybe. Let's try that again. It's gonna be a bit until he reactivates, though. Let me see. Come on. Please. It is very funny that, despite carrying this big cannon, usually they use it more for melee blasts than anything past that. Okay. What about, instead of psychoanalyzing it, I ball-analyzed it? There we go. Finally got rid of them, huh? Why isn't the machine showing anything? Don't tell me it got broken during the fight, or did the Vitui shut it down? All that, we still didn't get to see the results. Weasel Thief. Traveler, did you hear that strange sound just now? Pollen thinks it came from that way. Investigate the source of the unusual sound. Hello, check. Well, is that a white weasel thief? Pommon's never seen one that white before. Pommon's Mora, stop right there, you thief. Unable to catch up, you watch helplessly as the white weasel thief runs away. Zipped away just like that. Good thing I didn't lose anything. Palmon did. Palmon's secret stash. Well, if Palmon ever runs into that weasel thief again, Palmon's gonna make it pay back double. Well, that's the end of that quest. That would be... Tempest fugit, pecunia fugit, time flies, money flies. It's hard to change the instincts of weasel thieves. We did not get... The only chests we got from those were the ones we actually picked up in the process. Interesting. That's not true. She doesn't have a paycheck. You know, various times there have been implications of her having a secret stash that is not connected to anything we see her do, so presumably she does odd jobs on the side or something. But again, that's something we don't get to see. It's her own personal business. Okay. What? Paimon Town? Maybe. Okay. And yep, took you out. These lanterns will do Fwyn stuff eventually. Yeah, he can interact with those in a special way, but don't really feel like doing that right now, honestly. We'll see. And pick up a number of Mora rocks, or Mora capsules, but around here is supposed to be a quest that, goodness, has to do with the pink plants and pink sands around this area. So we'll find out. Oh, it's around here. Start over that way. That big gate. Okay, cool. Hello then. We don't even really need to use this, do we? We've already got right here up. Oh, okay. Water cannon. Not you out of riot-controlled hose. Okay. There we are. Let's pick this up while we're here. I think we might be able to... Hopefully we should be able to unlock some of the troves on Wenpo and Hisi today. And while we're at it, why don't we unlock this final teleport waypoint? KFC and... Did they turn Goku into fried chicken or something? That just reminds me of the Goku taco place in Mexico. Frosty grows beyond the darkness. Unlock all teleport waypoints. The following areas in Nod-Krai, Wempa Isle, Hisi Island, and Paha Isle. And that just means evil. The Shrines of Depths in the area. So what can we use to bring that down? Again, if we're just in the area, we might as well fight some enemies. Is it gold? Well, actually, I guess it could be blue or pink, too. Oh, teriyaki burger. Cheese ball. There's beef at Italian KFC. That is bizarre. I guess it doesn't surprise me all that much, but still. KF beef. Okay. Well, guess we can use a couple of these just to even the rest out. It kind of does. A sandwich with chicken, that's a chicken sandwich. Because hamburger means it's from Hamburg. That's a place. A hamburger does not contain ham. I mean, like, you can call it a chicken burger, but most people are going to call it a chicken sandwich. I mean, I would call that a teriyaki chicken sandwich, personally. We're going to get pedantic, and I'm going to get pedantic. Okay. Let me see. We can destroy these sand dunes. Interesting. We have to get pretty close. Oh. That is not... There's one of these that we were able to destroy just by hitting it. Again, we got sand dunes in here, but unlike other sand dunes we've seen, they aren't destroyed with... Animo. So again, we can go and destroy that drone, I believe. I wonder if that's going to be connected to the quest. It wouldn't surprise me. Okay. Clearing out more and more of the area. That's... Oh, but you can't jump that way. Annoying. So what do we got to do to infuse? I have to be a whole lot closer, and then... We have to be up in the air if we want to hit them. Okay. That's one. Let's get the next. But of course we can just use the jump that the spirits themselves do. That is a much more reasonable way to handle things. Okay. 54, nice. I get teleport waypoints and Winocula. I count for a pretty outsized amount. What are these jellyfish and clams here? Don't seem to be doing anything at the moment, and so many of these are just about turn into the spirit, go in the plant, and then the plant will launch you. It's not necessarily a bad thing, but it's kind of funny. Okay. But I really just need Ethernet. I need to either steal someone else's room with better internet, or I just need Ethernet. Because things just falling apart midway is not what I want to happen. It is understandably a less than ideal situation. Cool. Now we got more of you. I don't like that. Huh. But again, it's not that troublesome. And again, I imagine these consoles of sorts are going to be tied to the quest. Can't think of any other way. Again, it's quite nice that she actually has 100% crit rate for Lunar Bloom damage, which is pretty nice. So this will give us a temporary infusion. We can use this to break some of the sand. And that's just another free Winoculus. Not too much trouble. Oh! I can't get a good facing angle to take that out. Weird. Well, alright. These snails. So to get over there and... That snail is gone. It's kind of sad. Is there going to be anything special if we manage to get out there, or get close, then we can take the field a bit far. No, it is geographically limited. That is a surprise to me. Huh. So how then would I want to... Because you can't bring them over anywhere, they just break down. Maybe if I used Aino, because she's a little bit smaller, she could maybe get a better angle towards that snail, but it... Yeah, we might have to push the snail. This is really stupid. Alright. We might have to push it out actively. Which is even crazier. Nope. Nope. There's a snail we can push, it'd be this one over here. I don't imagine we're going to get anything for our trouble. But let's just gently nudge the snail over there so we can... If it despawns, I swear. It might be... I don't imagine it'd be quest related. It's a sand dune. Second sand dune, you can still get in the area otherwise. I'm losing my mind. Let me just see. It's based on distance from the moon power, so if I just move it over to this a little bit, I shouldn't have to move it around. Should be able to just hop up and over, like it's the Panama Canal. Maybe this is the Panama Canal, you know? Moving a snail over sand. I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm just reminded of the time where that ship got stuck in the Panama Canal. I think it was the Panama Canal. No, no, that was the Suez. Because it turned around sideways, and then, you know, after basically a week of all traffic being blocked, it managed to get unstuck, and people joked, what if they just spun it around again and got blocked a second time? It's just sort of a, I hope someone got fired for that blunder. Okay, please. Let's move it over to that corner by those rocks. We should be good to just hit it, and should be able to stay in range to destroy that sand dune. I wonder if this was intentional in any kind of way. They're just deliberately playing a sort of cruel joke on the player with this. It would not surprise me in the slightest. What would really suck if it were possible, but only by actively moving it around. This actually isn't nearly as bad as I expected. We gotta just sort of tap forward. Can't get too far away. Can't hold it down for too long, because it will end up getting pushed to the side by its round hitbox. Okay. Come on. Come on. Oh. Oh. Please. Okay, I think... Let's get it as close as we can, just for the sake of being safe. I mean, it... What is fault? What does intention even mean here? Because it's... You know, he was deceived, but ultimately still his choice to, you know, kill the kids. That's the whole point, is that, you know, there are contributing factors, but you can never truly absolve someone of guilt for actions that they chose, and yeah, we can destroy that. There was really no point to it, but we can. Yeah, that's what they did with literally the rare Anakin ripoff story here. It's, you know, he might have been tempted. You know, he might have had external factors that encouraged him to take the path he did, but it was ultimately his individual decisions and frankly his cowardice that led to him behaving that way. You know, in the end, choice can be complicated, but choice exists. I mean, there are choices that are reasonable to expect people to make, I suppose. It's like... The other extreme is being Jean-Paul Sartre and saying perfect freedom always exists in any given situation. Because if you don't like how things are going, you can always kill yourself. No, I'm serious. That's why Jean-Paul Sartre is an idiot. I mean, that and he was also a pedophile. But, like, that is the opposite of that, and it's equally as stupid. Looks like something's trapped inside. No, it... Pretty much all post... All sequel stuff other than... Yeah, that was the Acolyte, I believe. All sequel stuff, and, you know, Andor isn't even really sequel stuff. All stuff after the sequel started pretty much universally sucks. For better or worse. Okay, so we're gonna have to free that little jellyfish or something. Again, and I'll say it's in no small part, because... Well, it's because they're just making things up as they go. That's why Last Jedi, which I largely liked, had the whole spaceship kamikaze thing. If they wanted to make something like that, something that wouldn't contradict existing material, you could say, I don't know, colliding with something while you're in hyperspace, detaches you from the Force. You don't get an afterlife if you die in hyperspace or something. And nothing was said about that previously, so it's just new stuff made up where nothing had previously been explained. Instead of creating a gaping logical of, okay, why don't more people use hyperspace kamikaze tactics? I guess even with an empty ship or something, but something about some sort of woo-woo Force connection that would at least if you're gonna say you can do anything with this or just make up something entirely new, they could say it's Force related. I mean, though, to be fair, I think one of the few smart things Star Wars has done is never really weigh fully one way or another about whether droids are, truly sentient or ensouled. That's actually kind of interesting. It's all limp and fluffy, like someone dropped a Valberry jelly right here on the floor. Palma nearly didn't notice it when we passed by earlier. Doesn't seem to notice us. Is it taking a nap? It passed by earlier. Well, yeah, exactly. It's... are they truly sentient or just really good computers? They never really say one way or another, which is actually kind of cool. Though probably kind of accidental. Doesn't seem to notice us. They take a nap. Jellyfish don't have brains, so they probably don't need sleep. Okay. What? No brain? There's really a creature with no brain? Yeah, it's Paimon. But even without a brain, it looks like it can still feel pain. Paimon gets the impression it isn't very happy. Gotta get this barrier open and see if it's okay, but how are we supposed to do that? Find an ID card. Looks like we need a working brain, so I guess it's on me. If it really was a jelly, you know what to do, huh? Huh, you make it sound like Paimon's brain doesn't work. Let me see. Paimon's just not good at solving puzzles, that's all. When it comes to finding tasty stuff, you've got nothing on Paimon Traveler. Go on. Okay, rescue the fallen jellyfish. Have to find it. Okay, the ID card is right here. Drifting towards a promised sky, you find a jellyfish collapsed on the ground. If it truly banks, what could have happened to it? What I will say is that one of the interesting things Lost Jedi did, which of course is totally nuked because they don't know how to do anything other than nostalgia bait, would suggest that something other than Jedi and Sith would be after whatever happened there, and of course they just didn't do that and totally backpedaled because they didn't even plan the trilogy out in advance. Which, the other thing, and I've talked about this before, is that Star Wars is just really, really incestuous in the sense that the only inspiration for Star Wars these days is just Star Wars, and not even, because they killed all the extended universe stuff. So I guess it's maybe just the original trilogy and not much else. It's completely uninspired. It does nothing. Whereas the original Star Wars movies were... the first one especially were kind of Kurosawa ripoffs. In the same way that a number of Westerns were adaptations of samurai movies and the other way around. Because, the Magnificent Seven is just... Seven Samurai, but in the West. Yeah. Which, they have somewhat similar theming, but the whole point is they were watching other movies. They were getting inspired by other movies, other things outside literally their own franchise and existing property. It's the same problem with The Simpsons. People who made The Simpsons 10, 20 years ago had grown up on other movies, other things, books, could put in interesting allusions and just, make interesting things. And now the people making The Simpsons just know The Simpsons. Seriously, left the key right by the door. The Vitui here aren't exactly the brightest talents, and so they're the enemy. I'm fine with them being a little stupid. Sharper than all those clueless Vitui Paimon. That'd be fair, I don't imagine they thought that they would get open. Not like the jellyfish can open it from that side. That doesn't sound like much of a compliment to Paimon. Paimon hadn't noticed this little puddle of Valberry jelly. Hey, that's what we should call it. Probably would have missed the chance to save it right. Anyway, the barrier's open, so why is it still lying there? Rescued jellyfish tries to move, but its body gives out and collapses back onto the ground. Did you eat it? Did you buy non-toxic slime so you could eat it afterwards? My sister used to really like slimes. And making her own. Still looks like it's in pain. Paimon thought it was because of the barrier. Maybe the moon power is just too weak around here. We're not sensing much moon power, traveler. You've been sensing it just fine since we arrived in Nod-Krai. Could it be feeling this way because the environment suddenly changed? Hang in there, we'll find a way to get you out of here. Come on, Trevor, think of something, so give up the second thinking is involved. If you can't do it, that just leaves me. Must be because those nasty machines the Vitui set up are totally messing up the environment. Let's shut them all down. Shut down the Vitui machines. Close this one. It's one of them. If you need something to cool yourself down, I guess you could always buy a stress ball. Yeah, they're not trampolines, they're NPCs. Well, Valberry jelly is floating. This must be what we really like. Oh, Paimon knew those nasty machines had something to do with it. Is it trying to lead us somewhere? Let's follow and see. Follow the jellyfish. You should. So we've opened things up around some of the machines already. Make our own life a little bit easier. Valberry jelly slipped into that big shell, and it was something buried under the sand. A thank you gift, maybe. Oh, it really was a gift. Valberry jelly does have good manners. Seems like you two can communicate just fine. How do you communicate without talking? And I'm pretty sure if we had not yet opened that chest, it would have made us open that, maybe? Let me see. Yeah, they want you to examine the sand piles. Exactly. The neatly written note. Large shell. Oh, wow, Valberry jelly is floating. This must be what you really like. Yeah, right. Okay. My heart. I don't want my heart squeezed. That sounds painful. Seems like you two can communicate just fine. How do you communicate without talking? You always overthink everything. Paimon and Valberry jelly are just good kids with simple hearts. We don't need words to understand each other. Must want to say thank you for saving me. This beach is full of hidden treasures. Go ahead, please take them all. Guess I've got no choice but trust your jellyfish speak. Well, Valberry jelly insists. He just doesn't know anything about Japanese, which is to be fair. I mean, I don't expect him to. It's not his fault. And Valberry jelly can rest here while I check out what treasures are hiding under the sand. Examine the sand piles nearby. Oh, that's what we were supposed to do. Now we've got permanent infusion, so we can just use it. You don't have to be Japanese to give yourself a Japanese name when you stream. Nearly written, open, weak moon power environment, closed, strong moon power environment. Their words pressed onto the paper strong enough to penetrate the surface. All the equipment here needs to be provided with moon power via the separator. Do not do it the other way around. So basically they have to filter it out a little. Okay. So this is one that was not there before, and I think, yeah, the drones have disappeared, I think. Well, I think some things have disappeared as part of the quest. Of course, we did destroy the drones already. There's a jellyfish buried here. It means a lot of things, but that's one of its meanings. Still alive. It's also a skill tree in Sekiro. So it wanted us to save its friends, so Paimon completely misunderstood what Valberry jelly was trying to say. So you can see some of those jellyfish just totally shriveled. Well, you're reading the Book of Five Ring Bolas by Miyamoto Balasashi, right? You know, she's in Fate. But it depends on the situation. But translates to a state of enlightenment. That's one of the things it can translate to. It's one of the Vitui's nasty machines. Shoo, Paimon's not gonna let you hurt Valberry jelly. So we gotta hop up top and destroy it. Destroy the recon bots. Which just means... Alright, we're gonna have to do a transformation. Or we could just get to a vantage point where we could... Yep, reach it. There we go. Talk to Paimon. Who is... Okay, closer there. Because they expect you to be a bit closer so they could do the jump. Oh, so... No, maybe that one just is pink, or... We didn't make it a time. It is Valberry jelly mourning its friends. Do Do jellyfish really not have the ability to think? It sure looks sad to Paimon. Perhaps emotions don't require thoughts. You're right, Traveler. Just can't just think your way out of feeling sad. Maybe feelings like that just rise up on their own from somewhere deep inside us. Look so sad, no tears, no words, not even a sound. Poor thing, what can we do to make you feel better? There might be other jellyfish that still need our help. You're right, so many of them have already met their jelly molds. The two really don't care at all what happens to them. This place is huge, there's gotta be tons of those nasty machines around. Can't let the jellyfish be abandoned on the beach like this. I'm uncertain Valberry jelly can't be the only jellyfish trapped in this base. Let's go find the others. ... Okay. Find and rescue the jellyfish. Various places on this beach, and this one, it's just dead. Wow. Let's keep moving. We have to destroy more machines, probably. We'll see. Hello, then. It looks like there's something inside that barrier over there. Over there. That's it. And one more. First should handle it. That's good. Cool. Do you want to use him, since this is kind of his area? Is this going to be the trove? Yes, we did get the trove. Now track the corresponding vaults. It's exciting. Wonder how much progress it's going to count for. It is actually pretty close. In this salt-eaten cave. Salt-eating cave. I don't need to be in a cave to eat salt. There's another trapped jellyfish, and it doesn't look healthy. Come on, we've got to get it out. Got to get right out of here. It seems to have no energy left. It needs to be rescued. Let me see. And you're back. Hello. Those nasty machines are about to get what's coming to you. They still look so smug. How about you get closer to the ground, please? We can also just shut you down. That's right. Because we're in a strong moon power environment. And that just works now. Very exciting. No, we can proc that. And that nasty machine seems to be carrying something. Oh, it's a key to the barrier. No, come on, let's go rescue Valberry Jelly's friends. I want to destroy that drone too, really. So, talk to Paimon. First, we can get up a little bit higher. We can destroy that drone. I imagine it'll probably disappear after the quest concludes anyway, but it's the spirit of the thing. Die. I mean, get dismantled. Robots can't really die, can they? No. Yeah, they expected us to be closer to auto-proc the dialogue. Hey, why won't it open? Isn't this the right key? What should we do now? ... And had to activate it? Oh, we had to have a key and moon power to activate. Well, Paimon didn't know Valberry Jelly had that kind of power. Looks like the rest of this rescue mission is going to be an easy-peasy piece of cake. But don't you think it's looking a bit pale? But it looks way weaker than before. You're right, it does look paler now. It looks weaker than before, too. Did it use up all of its strength just now? No, that can't be it. Valberry Jelly was already running low on energy. ... In the end, we still couldn't make it in time. Well, jellyfish life cycles are weird. They might not be dead. Your anger or sad or not feeling well. It doesn't seem like any of those. This is so frustrating. How are we supposed to know what it's trying to say? It seems like a gesture would only make for one of its own. Does that mean even though we couldn't save its friends, it still wants to thank us? Valberry Jelly. Seems like jellyfish have more heart than the Vitui ever will. Those guys build all those horrible machines, they don't care about life one bit. So really, who's the one with no brain? More friends trapped around here. Sure we'll get there in time to save them this time, and I guess we'll see about that. Moving closer and closer to the treasure trove, so we may as well take a quick detour. 53 on Paha right now. We can also just activate. We need another ID card for that there. So lift won't work right now, will it? Currently unable to activate the lift. So where might another ID card to use be? Maybe down here? Maybe. There's a Mora rock? Okay. These can be used to jump, and also it's just a nice, convenient Linoculus. There was one up there on that rail. Which, and as expected, yep, one is just in the sand. So will there be anything in particular we get from activating this lift, or we'll see, I guess. Lift activated. Isn't that exciting? Gets to a chest we could have gotten to otherwise, but hey, I'll take it. Couple more trash artifacts, we can pick that up, and let's just go down into the cave. Another radiant spin crystal, and that is a Shrine of Depths. That would be a quick way to close things out. What is this challenge here? Moonlit particles collected. Designated number of moonlit within the time limit. Yeah. Makes sense there would be an elemental particle type for lunar, I suppose. Though again, it's not really an element proper. Okay. Kind of similar to what we did with the star fruit last time, actually. Cool. Got a chest from that. We'll just handle things as we go. Here we are. It's a Luna Sigil, and this is where we'd like to be. Let's open this trove. Still in the moon power environment. Cool. And oh, right here, there's actually a normal rock. Isn't that great? Wonder when that's going to. Yep, we are no longer on the beach, no longer in the strong environment. So right now we're at Moon Spirits in Trove Reach. We're at 57. And when we unlock that, it sends us right to 62. Wow. They really do count for a lot. And same is also true of... Oh. Goodness. Same is also true of... Here's our feather. Shrines of Death. So we should probably go for those two. Maybe. We'll just double check what we just picked up, see if it's any good. Order of Obtain. That... I mean, in the end, I can't really afford to be throwing away these sets. Just keep these, and this is decent. A number of these are okay-ish. Again, wonderful getting HP scaling DPS for the offensive set, and we should be getting a... Again, some kind of Columbina artifact set. What do you mean about Dia? Neither of those artifact sets are any good for Dia. She is not really built to work with lunar reactions, if you weren't aware. Okay. But I mean HP scaling and using that artifact set. And to be fair, Dia's HP scaling only kicks in at higher constellations, really. Which, to be fair, I do have her C1, which is where a lot of that kicks in, but still. Yeah, I'm not looking for Dia off pieces, sorry. Sorry to tell you. Okay. So where is our... Check on the jellyfish. Dima's Reflection. Most respected Podporosheik. Oh, he's probably the guy we fought in... There's a Podporosheik in the laboratory. Whoever I have the least constellations for. And right now, that's... Dia... No, I actually have... Dia and Mizuki are both at C1. So I would hope it's one of them next time. Though I'd prefer to win. I express here my unequaled guilt, regret, and self-reproachment for my grave misdeed, having trapped you in the barrier for an entire night on account of my carelessness. Should have upheld meticulousness and adherence to duty while showing the rookie soldier around, and thus set a good example on my flagrant carelessness, combined with the new Riku's over-enthusiastic self-taught usage of the recon bots to meddle with the settings of the authorization terminal thus causing the accident, betrayed her trust me and the Soritz's expectations of us all. Deeply reflected on my actions, strictly reprimanded Riku. Even now I keep a watchful eye on him. As part of carrying out your order to kick Dima back to start over from the rookie training class, I shall lock myself inside the barrier. Observe the tassel jellies for an entire night. They're tassel jellies. Just as they in their last moments of life shall flap into the skies and return with their youth renewed. Exactly. They're not dead, quite. I shall use this opportunity to regain my footing, rebuilding and reshaping my person. The likeness of myself as a trainee, fresh and filled with passion for a great work. Finally, I pledge to be sharper, smarter, and wiser when any future incident occurs. I will not repeat the same mistake. Reviewer Dima. I guess I would have wished we had been 10 of them that were winning, I guess. Though, I'm kidding. Either Dia or Mizuki at this point, because they are the ones out of the fewest cards for. There's another one. Awesome, we gotta save it this time, then open that by yourself. We're almost there. Whatever you do, don't use up your strength. Da-da-da. Let's get the ID card. Look for the ID card inside the building. Might not be there. Also, we may as well go and pick up that Oculus. Also, may as well use Lame. Oh, okay. I did not expect that to happen. Oops. She is pretty tough to control. Okay. Oh, there's some weird gaps and seams here. I don't like that. We'll see. Here we are. Just one more Linoculus from that. Again, good progress even just from those. We are at, yeah, we're at 58. We should be able to reach 80. Though again, I think opening Shrines of Depths would be the smartest way to get that done. Is it so bad to have the grippy socks? I mean, really? Let me see something. How many Linoculi are there? There are currently 112. Okay. Guess we could go hunting for those specifically. So we'll be unlocking some areas. Even in your own room? Are your roommates that dirty? Maybe you don't need to answer that question. But honestly, shoes inside the house, to my knowledge, it's kind of an American thing. Which, sometimes I'll do it out of necessity to keep my feet a little warmer, but in any nice spot, I guess, I'm gonna be just wearing socks. Oh, and we missed with both crits. That was actually atrocious. Okay. Oh, you know, we've got one of those chests. Mechanical figurine Flash of Inspiration. As in, sort of a, slippers, or just the same as outside shoes, but you only wear them inside the house. Okay, let's check this here. Oh, we got inside the barrier. Yep, exactly. The reflection getting stuck inside the barrier. Okay. Slippers for Bala. Okay. Huh, the barrier's suddenly activated. No, we're locked in. Walk in. No way, even Valberry Jelly and the others got knocked to the ground. How dare they? What do we do now? We're trapped too. How are we supposed to help the jellies like this? Don't worry, as long as I'm here, we're sure to get out of this. It's not the first time we've encountered trouble after all. Just stay calm. Being stuck with the Traveler isn't so scary, but Pommon's worried about Valberry Jelly and the others. Since Valberry Jelly and the Traveler can both fly, pavement? What I mean, do you have rough floors inside or something? Can both fly? Then maybe Pommon might be able to do the same thing Valberry Jelly did, right? Dot dot exclamation. No, not really. Oh, we use the last bit of its strength to open it back up. Mimic the ID card. And now it's gonna die. Yeah. It's open. It actually opened. Let's go save them. Destroy the moon power separator. Yep. Gotta shut down that nasty machine or the jellyfish won't be able to float. So it's pretty much just the machine we destroyed to get into that other weird magnetic dimension yesterday. With Bobeak. Oh, they always show up at times like this, you brainless troublemakers. And we don't have a mechanism here. Okay, well, alright. Let's Trigger some. What happened to you just now? Help us open the barrier just now. I mean, what? How did we get blown up? Oh, we got overloaded. That is unpleasant. No, really. Oh, we're getting vaporized. That's the problem. Oh, that's deeply unpleasant. Okay, well, see ya. Check on the jellyfish. I think I'll come back after making Foin's not dead. Thank you. So you're saying that you would only wear socks if you were on carpet? Interesting. Wasn't expecting that. Okay. I mean, to be fair, it... Maybe just a rug? So I guess there's no ID card. Valberry Jelly doesn't even look like itself anymore. Paimon can't believe it used its power again just to help us. ... It's a gesture it would only make for one of its own. Is it saying goodbye? Dead. Uh-oh. No, exactly. This is their cycle of death and rebirth. Rising out of... Oh, and it seems those big blobs on the ground are former jellyfish? It's happened before. I mean, she's honestly kind of used to it by now, I imagine. Sob Valberry Jelly went back up to the sky to be with its friends. Paimon heard that when a tasseled jelly reaches the end of its life, it can start over as a little jellyfish, so long as it makes it back to the sky. Paimon wonders if that's really true. Probably why it was so desperate to rescue its friends. I want to believe it's true. Paimon wants to believe it too. After all, Valberry Jelly really did have mysterious powers. So those two we saved it really must be with Valberry Jelly right now, right? Hopefully. A traveler, do you think it'll remember us when it grows up again? Probably not. Maybe it will. Probably wouldn't recognize it either, would we? It's no biggie if it doesn't recognize us. We didn't help it just to be remembered. After all, we'll just introduce ourselves all over again next time. That one's done. Silent Spring. A lot of them are named after books. When the murmurs of life fade from the world's canvas. Yeah, by Rachel Carson. I had to read that for school back in middle school. It's actually quite good. Welcome back. You may have to pick something other than Silksong, for better or worse. Oh, also, it seems they sort of averaged out to 30 in total per meeting point from quest rewards, but it's good to see you again. Yeah, if I wasn't running pre-roll, I would have to be running intermittent ones, which would honestly be a lot more obtrusive. It is what it is. No such thing as a free lunch. Yeah, what we gotta do... I think if someone gives you a sub, you don't get ads, I think. So 65... Let's use this one here. Oh, we got two right now. Okay. Alright. I guess I feel kind of bad for the orphans. Let's upgrade this. We should get another one. Another key. That increased the size of that a little. If we... No key. Interesting. Well, that's alright. That's okay, I guess. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Bala. So now he or she or they or it or... No assumptions made today. Can't make any assumptions. It's rude. You know, I play Silksong. I literally play the woke bug game about woke bug gender. I can't make assumptions. I've learned. I'm better than that. But have a bit more. But thank you, Bala. Truly cornerstone of our small but tight-knit community. Yeah. I imagine one day they will be back, and you can spend more money on them. There's nothing Twitch likes more than people spending money after all. Let's open this one up, and again, I guess, yeah, there are 4 right now, so it was 1 from the Krumkake meeting point, 1 from the other Frost Moon, so 4 shrines in total. So right now, we're at how much exploration? We're at 65. How far will this take us? Just opening it takes us all the way to 70. So yeah, using these is going to be our best way to... Opening this took us to 71 by itself, too. Yep, this is a good idea. Number of talent books, which is also good. So I guess we could just open a few more, but that would require some statue donations. But yeah, now we're at 60 now. That's good. Right, we need to get to 80 before the end of the day. Let's collect some moonlight particles, and this is okay. I was gonna say this is not a moonlight. It is a moonlight. It just took forever. That whole crest at the start had to outright disappear. But it... Is everyone else excited for Metroid Prime 4 too? What I will say is that we gotta make sure it's a song I know. Unfortunately, I was too busy to learn Angel with a Shotgun. Yeah, Bala with a Shotgun. You know, maybe... It might be better, actually, if we work it out together. If you choose a topic and a song, and then just make me write it myself. Have me show off my lyrical gifts. To the extent they exist. Complete 3 open-world mechanism-activated time travel challenges in Olimpo Isle. PC Island and Pile. Oh, there is at least 1 over on Frostmoon Island, and as you can see, we've also got a geography point, because the area's been somewhat restored to Silent Shallows. I bully someone else into doing it for you. That's how all good things work in this world. This does mean we can go to Silent Shallows. Steel structures rise from this pink geological layer like jarring notes and a melody. Mysterious life forms once dwelled here, mindless and voiceless. They lived without sound and vanished in silence. Oh, they're doing the impression. They were using the impression one as a way to having me do song stuff. And okay, we're gonna go in the Nothing Passage. Oh, now I have to do 2. This is scary. Scary. I think this will work. We need to get a little bit higher for this. So it seems. And again, these bearings are for Yahuda. Okay. Let me see. Just the chorus, or...? Let's see. Okay. Teams. Here comes Twitch Chat, here comes Twitch Chat, right in front of my face. Parky and Bala and various others chatting all the day. Hydrate redeems, make me pee, I think you want me gone. So save those points and take those breaks as this stream lasts till dawn. Okay, there you go. And of course, I'll eat you. Lift is already on this floor. Yeah, I forgot my water bottle today, actually, somewhere else, so I had to... After this is done, I'm gonna have to go out walking and find it. Thank you, thank you. Clap by having me pee. That's what it takes. Okay, I don't think I can get up there. Slightly age notice. By the grace of Her Majesty, the story says nigh, and in accordance with the Imperial Edict of the Strengthening of Order, the area head is now designated as a military administrative area. Unauthorized entry is prohibited. Intruders will be regarded as hostile agents engaged in espionage and sabotage and will be neutralized in accordance with the aforementioned regulations. This is the Nothing Passage. Oh, hello. Investigate. I appreciate everyone. He gets moving. Blues of the old world investigate the strange light orb. Maybe it's some kind of special Sealy traveler. Let's go have a look. And it's called the Nothing Passage, not named after the Norse sword Nothing, but because it's sort of a void. Not the abyss, but, you know, empty. And Blues of the old world. I'm pretty sure that's a New Vegas reference. Because one of its DLCs is called Old World Blues. Unfortunately, I have not actually played that game, but... Spot a strange blue orb in the Nothing Passage at the northern end of Olimpo Isle. You can break some of these crystanites at least. And a chest. Maid found it had. Well, everyone who came here did die. The magnetism stuff just blew them up, basically. Oh, mole, I don't remember seeing any moles just now. What broke right through. So we need to find an ID card. It looks like a moon power barrier set up by the Vituli. We up to something, and there again, there should be a mechanism nearby to deactivate it. Oh, so that's what we need to do. We need to take the ID card and then go for a jump to pull it up with us. Messily written note. Antushka Anta Zarkovich. Curse you, filthy, despicable, paranoid rat, bloated and sick, and full of jealous insolence. By the grace of the Tsaritsa, if you dare to use that blasted authorization terminal to lock my people outside one more time, I'll shove your ID card so far into that wretched machine. Thought that was going to end differently. That even those silver spoon-sucking, nepotistic rats at the Design Bureau won't give you the time of day. Okay. Their experiments on the northern side have yielded zero progress, am I right? That's why we're coming up with ways to obstruct my people. What pathetic behavior. I've warned you 7 times already. If you choose to persist, you receive no mercy from me, and that's your final warning. V.A. Preobrazensky. Okay, so we'll jump and then glide down maybe. Yeah. Take it with us from here. It should. Yep. Just swipe down. And, oh, interesting. There's a bit of a cooldown, so you can't just drop. You do want to glide down a little. Investigate the suspicious mole. Let's check what's in this cave first. And some land cruisers that are not yet active. Huh. Yeah, rich in channel points. And in love. And what greater wealth is that? Okay, definitely going to just make sure we get rid of our trash here. Because we did get a few more golds from that trove, which is filling things up quite quickly. Okay, max experience reach cannot add. EM, again, isn't all that bad, because he can be used for melt and vaporize, though really, I think in a vacuum we'd prefer attack. We all love you. You've done so much for us. Time and time again. Oh, it... Okay, we don't have moon power right here, do we? Okay, this is one where we're gonna have to throw something on top. Private's Notes 1. It's been 3 weeks since the lieutenant posted me up here, and that would be again Raskolnikov, who we fought. Compared to our recruits who are stuck collecting materials for the design bureau, I suppose I should count my blessings. It's not like there's anything else to do around here. Forget about bandits. I haven't seen so much as a shadow in these godforsaken mountains. All I can do is write in my diary and stare at the foliage. Those two professors would hurry up and finish their blasted research. Who knows what they're doing? I could receive letters from my dearest Parashka once more. Wonder how she's doing in the military academy. I hope those snuck-up Silver Spoon-sucking scum aren't making life difficult. Elena has too much time on her hands. She's been sneaking out of the camp to hunt. Every bit the Lady of Morpasok, which is where Tartaglia is from. I didn't notice that. I don't get any notification when people clip things, by the way. Just so you know. And it's not letting me scroll up. Whatever. Oh, sun is... Huh? Huh? It was weird and not letting me scroll. Okay. Yeah, I didn't see anything about that getting sent. I think if you sent a link, I think links are getting blocked. Absolutely no regard for the rules, Captain Volkov caught her red-handed. Gave her a real tongue-lashing to dereliction of duty, was the verdict. For that, we all ate a healthy serving from the goat she brought back. Maybe it's been too long since I last ate meat, but that goat tasted better than any I ever had in the capital. Maybe that's why those rough and ready frontier folk choose to live in this awful backwater. What about awful biowater? The professors are openly at each other's throats at this point. In a place like this, watching them fight is our only entertainment. Both high up in the Armory Palace, and they both refuse to give an inch, especially when it comes to researching moon fragments, that they both want to be the first to make a breakthrough and earn high praise from the Tsaritsa. Professor Karnatsky doesn't even try to hide his contempt for Professor Preobrazhensky. He openly called his daughter's fiancé a lunatic, and said the only reason Preobrazhensky has reached the rank he has is down to nepotism? Maybe. Well, that old git was so taken aback by the tirade, his face went bone white. He looked like he was going to faint. Then he started reeling off some diatribe in Fey. Couldn't understand a word of it. At least the goat around here tastes good. Captain Volkov should be the one to go hunting next. We can all wait him for dereliction of duty. Again, Fey, Flynn's is Fey, but Fey are actually apparently more common in Snezhnaya proper, which is interesting. And no, actually, that was breakable. We just didn't have the right angle. So what's in here? And we don't have any moon power in this set, so that won't break. Private Notes 3, 2. I had to let you say that. I don't think she can, because it's blocked. It's my personal joke, though again, my personal joke is more along the lines of me having to actively let it through every single time. Well, I don't know who I can even write to. Maybe I should address this to myself. To prove that before this land and its abominations consume me utterly, my pitiful, fragile mind was for a moment still my own. My name is Pyotr Dmitrievich Orlov. I hail from the 6th Company deployed to Nod-Krai in service to Snezhnaya and our Tsaritsa. I am the second son of Dmitry Sergeyevich Orlov and Yefrozinya Ivanovna Orlova. I am unashamed of my birth. Our entire company was wiped out here. Only Private E. Smirnova escaped the gorge at the cost of Fourier A. Volkov's life to send the Design Bureau a distress call from dead men and women. If you find this piece of paper, please hand it to my superiors. Inform that Private Smirnova was no deserter, nor was she complicit in the calamity that befell us here. Izzy Karnatsky and V.A. Preobrazhensky, it was their dastardly experiments that birthed the catastrophe here. They were dead. May Her Majesty curse their deaths. May they never rest in the pure snowfields. I don't know what blasphemy they committed, nor do I wish to. That color devoured everything. There was nothing left, nothing at all. They were inside those damned rocks, at first those detestable rocks. Those detestable rocks that fell from the moon. Karnatsky and Preobrazhensky awoke them each in turn. This was followed by a dozen so counts of very legible and base vulgarities. I don't know what they want. They were coming. Dearest Parskevia, my Parashka, please forgive your big brother. Your Majesty, forgive me in all things. They were coming, save me. They were coming. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I don't. Yeah, okay. To be fair, some of the reasons why file compression has kind of fallen by the wayside is that if you make your file size really big, that prevents people from playing other games at times. It means they can't install other games. So some of it's incompetence, but it's incompetence they weaponize. I'm serious. Defeat all opponents. That's a light open force. It was hitching a ride on a mole. Well, we got you here. Hello, then. We can take down your shield. I'm gonna keep going over that way, or you're stopping here. Alright. Cool. And let's just break all these down. Should be good for what we need here. And, oh, that's right, since you died, we don't have enough for a reaction. And here's the Hydra there, whatever. Annoying. So what happens, and oh, that's even worse. Hate that. Can break that now, but still, this is unpleasant. Let's take me down. Can use that burst, and this is fine enough. And what's this camp over here? And at least they drop some stuff. Okay. And where's that color heading now? Oh, when it's inhabited this animal. What attached to that goat this time? What is it even looking for? So it can parasitize animals. Interesting. Okay. Huh. Still in a strong moon power environment, and blue does not always mean rain, it seems. Okay. So how will I break through that other side, though? Seems we're still powered here. The color's back. Let's break these. Here we are. That just loops around to, again, no real avail, but still. Okay. So where are the private's notes 2, then? We've gotten 3 and we've gotten 1. Oh, presumably 2 is the one that actually describes what's going on here, and this is also specifically a reference to Lovecraft's Color Out of Space, actually. That's true as well. Which is also quite cool. Ah. Let us go up here. That will be more of this goat. We have to break that. The jump pads are gone. I guess they despawned after long enough, and it's a red one. What will this do in practice? Moonwane's made, and the goat is... Goat's gone? Yeah, the goat is just gone. Did it just disappear, or is it supposed to be dead now? Interesting. Regardless. Let's go here. Follow it in there. Follow the strange light orb. I went through a bit of the Nothing Passage before, but not with the color here. And of course it was pretty empty. There was nothing. But the Color Out of Space, which was, you know, a meteorite that fell, was, you know, basically corrupted and killed the plants and animals in the area. And it's going to collide with that red mist. Huh, Trevor, look, it just stopped. If it really is a Sealy, then there should be treasure around here, right? But no, Pama can't see anything. Not even those Fatui or their camp. Well, since we're already here, why don't we keep going on a bit? This gorge doesn't look that long anyway. Getting back might actually take more time. Right, then I'm counting on the world's best guide. I've got another idea. Just come with me, Paimon. Let's keep going. Wherever you go, Paimon's coming with you. Let's get moving, but it's not a Sealy, it's the color. Crimson Cleansing and investigate this strange light orb. Spot a strange red orb in the Nothing Passage at the northern end of Limbo Isle. It's changed a little. Still in the blue environment, we have this strange-looking plant. Additionally, there is a viewpoint here now, already. Interesting. Neonate aberration, as in a newborn aberration. Because all these plants were just created now. Okay. My real question is with Metroid Prime 4. It seems to have a very Ocarina of Time style map, or kind of Breath of the Wild, really more Ocarina of Time, I suppose. Because the individual sub-areas are still sort of locked off, not really truly open. Instead of being one big labyrinth, they've got 4 areas of individual labyrinths at different points connected to the desert main central map. Though to be fair, some of them are close to each other, so there are probably links between those areas too, but a lot of people are displeased with that. They defined life with human arrogance and yet could not define the end of their own. So do these plants sprout from the dead Fatui or something, or... That's funky. Again, it... that leads off and... Oh, this is blue now. It was not blue before. Is it going to turn green or yellow at the end of this? Probably not. To investigate the strange light orb by... Well... Oh, are we going to have to combine them in the middle or something? Or to go to the other end? Now, this is a place I've been in before. And again, this was a pure red environment. Okay. There's another Linoculus here, and if we have the chance, that is probably going to grow into a red plant. You are not actually able to be activated right now. That will presumably happen later on. So what's here before we presumably activate it with the quest? Okay. I see another capsule. Is this too? It's someone's research notes. Okay. The energy contained within the ancient moon's remnants is in the moon fragment seems to possess a will of its own. When exposed to trace amounts of abyssal energy, it appears to exhibit survival and defense instincts with notable similarities to the fear of death previously observed in the something experimental subject. Maybe a moon spirit? I can now confirm that the previous observational data, or it might have been the jellyfish, is correct. The pure moon power energy contained within the moon fragments is, definitively speaking, close to a primordial form of life. Through inducements, I've already taught to replenish its energy by killing and consuming living things. At the same time, it exhibits faint altruistic tendencies which hold the subject back more than they benefit it. Must find a way to remove these. The energy remains too scattered, and must find a way to concentrate into a pure moon power form. Nod-Krai has always been the most fragile place on the world's edge. This self-replicating moon power life form can theoretically plug the gaps left by the abyssal energy's corruption. All it needs is a constant supply of life to nourish it. Oh, pray, Brzezinski, you pitiful old fool, you poor whelp of the Fae. Could never think of something as brilliant, could you? Now all the credit and the glory will be mine. Forget a few million more. Even 5% of the income from Port Bellevoldier wouldn't be too much to ask. Shall erect a bronze statue of you on the harbor front and hire people to spit on it daily. Just like how you dared publicly question the practicality of my research back at the Academy. So presumably, he tried to create a moon power monster. That makes some sense. And oh, those notes look to be notes, but I bet we won't be able to look at them until we progress deeper in the quest, similar to what we had with the ones for the Papa Wrench Laboratory. Okay, reasonable. We're pretty close to that red orb, so let's go check out the red orb. I wonder if you can do them in any given order, if you have to get blue before red. The wiki would probably say, but it isn't that important. Right, and then when we combine red and blue, what's going to happen? Yeah, don't cross the streams, guys. Okay. It's gonna summon Slimer from Ghostbusters. I actually have not ever seen any Ghostbusters movie, for better or worse. There are a lot of movies I haven't seen. To be fair, there are a lot of movies in the world. But my familiarity is limited to the Ghostbusters song and the silly Bustin' remix that Neil Cicierega made, which is an unironically good song, honestly. I play it for people on Halloween. It's very sort of, you know, it's sort of a YouTube poop type song. It's a little chopped and screwed. Break some of this debris for another common chest. Oh, and it's going to be a warning sign from the other side. Very nice. Slightly aged notice. By the Grace of Majesty, the Starry Sisters 9, in accordance with the Imperial Edict on the Strength of the Order, Areahead is now designated as a military and administrative area. Unauthorized entry is prohibited. Troops will be regarded as hostile agents engaged in espionage and sabotage when neutralized in accordance with the aforementioned regulations. Okay. It's the sign on the other side, but this one is red. It's different because it's red. Look for the strange light orb, and it plowed right through. Small on thoughts, moving like the blue one we saw before. It's chasing that moon spirit. Let's go look, and it's absorbing moon spirits. So the red one at least is malicious. The blue one might be different, but the red one seems to be actively trying to consume things, and these cracks did not show beforehand, but yep, we can use this to hop on up. Let Aino do it, because right, we're back on Lempo, which is her place. But then we can break down through here, and there's a common chest in here. Oh, 2! Private Notes 2! The secret of it, something's not right. Petrenko said he heard a blood-curdling wail in the night. Somewhere between the ragged breathing of a vile beast and the dying screams of a wounded man, he swore on the Servitz's name. None of us heard it, not even Elena, who was on watch. We found strange marks near the camp, so someone had dragged something through there. Whatever it was, it can't have been alive. No living creature leaves marks like that. Interesting. So one creating life, one eating life, I suppose. Okay. But what were the blue and red ones doing? The red ones killing stuff. Did the blue one absorb them or control them? Seemed less like a life eater, more like a life possessor. Captain Volkov suggests Professor Preobrazhensky and his underlings at playing tricks. He even got us to set up a bunch more traps around the camp and even activated those defensive robots the line cruisers we destroyed. The ones that are more valuable than all of us combined. No idea how he's going to explain the research expenditure to his superiors when all of this is done, but I'm sure he'll think of something. Professor Karnatsy's research seems to be progressing smoothly. He found time to expound upon one of his discoveries as rank-and-file soldiers. Up to now, he's only ever referred to us as dim-witted lackeys. His emaciated face was flushed red behind a shower of spittle, like a dying man getting one final moment of clarity. Something unnatural, even detestable about his expression. He talked about how he had extracted the purest primal light from the moon shard, how he would tear open the veil of the world, igniting the first spark for Her Majesty's wishes. I didn't understand what he was saying, so I nodded along and wished him a swift conclusion to his research. I asked Captain Volkov if I could be the one to hunt today. I need something to distract me from my thoughts. The temperature these past 3 days has been unusually cold, and the air is filled with the putrid smell of mold and decay. The goats were abundant when we arrived here, but now it seems they're all in hiding. Perhaps our hunts are to blame, or maybe they're sheltering from the cold. Even so, I didn't have to travel far from the camp before I finally found one. They were getting eaten or controlled by these weird orbs, I imagine. Found is the only word I can use. It certainly wasn't hunting. By the time I arrived, the goat was standing transfixed like a deliberately posed corpse, a very ungoatly expression frozen on its face. Its eyes were cloudy and protruding outwards, puffed up like a pair of fish eyes. But it wasn't a corpse, it was alive. Till the moment I cut its chest open, its heart was pumping blood. Till the moment I slit its chest open, my blade plunging into its heart, its foul-smelling blood sprang across the ground, gleaming inky green in the moonlight. Till the moment I opened its chest, it stood there motionless, its swollen eyes staring into space, unmoved by its impending death, as though even the piece of the grave was not its own. May Her Majesty, that's alright to forgive me, I haven't told anyone else what I found. Didn't see any reason to worry that the goat was delicious as ever, that itself was enough. As soon as Professor Karnatsky is done with his research, we can leave this accursed place behind. Yep. Clearly, the orbs were doing bad things. So now, broke right through, look for the strange light orb. So it's also making things grow. Took control of a land cruiser. Oh. Interesting. It's gonna only be a good thing. Wait, did it just run into that mechanism? So one controlled the mechanism, another controlled life. Though I would imagine they can both possess things, and it's just a matter of which it prefers at the time? Maybe. Oh, it made a barrier to try to stop us, but there's an ID card in there, and now we can go through here. Climb up on the boxes, and Aino was so short she didn't even activate the one on the left. That's funny. That worked though. Get a common chest. Took some time for that hitbox to deactivate. Huh. Okay. So... what you doing? Well, obviously, we gotta kill you. Okay, cool. Wait, we mean you no harm. We're just passing adventures of fun. Gotta take down the mechanism it's attached to first. Hi. Should be able to... yep. Deactivate you. Disable you entirely. Nice. It's one of them. Only be there. That should be enough. You were weaker than expected, but that's not bad. Die. Phew, it's finally over. Hey, calm down now. We're not here to hurt you. Maybe we can even help. I don't think these things really need help. Stop in front of this box. Could the box's contents be important? Somehow it's going to be a moon-spirited eats, right? Or check the inside of the container. Cough got so much dust. There's nothing inside except these blue stones. Hang on a sec. Maybe searching for those blue things. So we can direct it somewhere else and move the stones away. Can take these rainbow drop crystals. So if we just take them, it'll get attracted to the other one, I presume. Exactly. Follow the strange light orb. Hello, hello. This again. Yep, using the energy. Where'd you go? See, the map marker is moving too, which is fun. For a bit. Yeah, we're at 62. That's decent. Oh, you broke into another little cave. What's going on here? Clearly. Have to break some of this, or Maybe. Yep. We can, when we're close to it, accumulate our power. A little field that moves with it. But it won't break it itself. Can it not, or does it not want to? Interesting. Broke a bit more there, and now more. Huh. Oh, is it trying to force us out? That was really, really weird. Okay. Oh, it was putting up ones to protect itself very similarly to that. Interesting. To the Crabzar fight, the story version of the Crabzar fight. Okay. It's another. Let's possess something again. It doesn't look right. Could have been caught by one of the Vitui's mechanisms. Right, because of magnetism. And what is it trying to do now? Gotta shoot down the bots by jumping around. Okay. That cave does not have any kind of special appearance to it, huh? Okay. It's interesting that this crystalline cannot be climbed. Okay, cool. We'll free it. For good or for ill. And now that we've linked them together, fun will happen. There's a weapon like this in Enter the Gungeon. Merge the red and the blue and creates a black hole, I think. Actually, it's the Annihilator Beam from Metroid Prime 2 Echoes. Uh-oh, guys. We got sucked in. Obtain... Oh, that was kind of ominous. Having that right there. Crimson Cleansing. Quest completed. Colors out of space. Find a way to weave the mysterious space. That's some Vitui in there. Is that Vitui? It might be Scions even, but this is very similar to space we went to in the Moss Ball, but got some Conrian architecture. Some people are saying this might be connected to the moon gate that Thelindis opens up using the iridescent moon marrow, well, the crimson moon marrow in this patch's Archon quest. So this was the last patch too, actually. See this big... Really, it's probably more along the lines of seeing some of the moon's internals, or projections of them. Alright. And this one does not have any kind of reputation bit. And there's not really a hint that it exists other than going to Nothing Passage. Which is interesting. Okay. Yeah, but the fact that there's Conria stuff in there, actual debris, implies that this space was opened up before by someone from Conria, which probably Thelindis. Well, there you are traveling, those two glowing things crashed into each other, the explosion sent Paimon flying. It's a good thing she didn't get hurt. It took Paimon forever to fly back here. Paimon's just glad you're okay. Actually, I went flying for a while too. I think I was blown up to some strange place. Tell Paimon what you just saw. Paimon's never heard about a place like that in Tibet. Are you sure you weren't just seeing things, Traveler? Anyway, as long as you're okay, that's all that matters. There's just way too much weird stuff going on around here. Let's leave this place before it's too late. Paimon didn't think they'd be that dangerous, and we didn't even find any treasure in the end. Why would something like that show up here anyway? If those two glowing things weren't sealies, then what were they? Okay, colors out of Sneznaya. Yeah, colors out of space. Literally just the color out of space. Color in the Nothing Passage. It's red and blue now. How nice. I wonder if there is a viewpoint on the other side, but this in the middle, this whitish with a bit of rainbow to it, is the original color, I suppose. Pure moon power. Well then, there's an Oculus around here. Guess we can pick that up. No real reason not to. Cool. On Lempo, there should be another. And what is your lunch? Is it tasty? Is it food? I hope it's food. Is there a viewpoint on this side too, or... No, it does not appear to be the case. Only from the other side. Okay. Huh. Okay, let me see something here. Oh, you're having leftover turkey. That's cool. Private Peter. Mounting rivalry. If the color devoured everything. Okay. So then, there's much to do other than just explore. And what level is the craft shop at right now? Let me see. Meeting point. We need to get a 70 to level that up again. Yep, we did get a key from that. Got a crown from Flinz's. 7, we can get another bolt, which is fun. We'll need one more to fully evolve Brigitte, though. This is a nice place to explore, I'd say. There is also at least one Shrine of Depths on the island. There's one down here, too. Could pick that up, actually. Sure. Just to do it. And you're here as well. Let's actually do this and try to get the seal. The radiant ones are really annoying, too. Okay, cool. A lot of them are here. There we are. You're dead at least. Cool. Twins will be next. And yep, that is the corresponding vault. Very exciting. So we're going to unlock all those troves. That did not take long. It was actually quite easy. Best way to get that Oculus would be to just drop down, wouldn't it? Except it's actually above us. Oh, we had to use the mist. Well, whatever. The shrine is here, and that's the important thing. That's no problem. You're allowed to talk about whatever you like. Slur these guys over here. I've fought these guys before. Okay, cool. No. Right here. No treasure chest or anything. Yeah, this was through the spaceship cave. Let's pick this up. And then go find that trove, which is in Nasha Town, I believe. Hello. I know. Again, 63. There's one Shrine of Depths key. 62. Nice. Okay. So now, again, that's 65. Let's open that trove. There's one right there. Well, we're supposed to use the mist for that. That's right. No matter how bad customers are and how bad customers are treated, customers deserve worse. Retail customers are the scum of the earth. Mostly in the sense that if someone goes to any place retail, they will suddenly just become incredibly entitled and insufferable. Almost without exception. They'll lose all of their humanity. Lift activated. Okay. So then. Getting 62. Last seal. 65. Nice. 66. As soon as we get to 80, I need to just dip and get some sleep and stuff. For the night, Moonlit Isles unlock all the seals on the Moon Spirit's hidden troves in the falling areas in Nod-Krai, went by Isle, Hisi Isle, and Pa Isle. Not that I'm not having fun, but it's... These are also offerings to the night, as, sort of Night Kingdom versus the Moon. 65, will that count for... It does not seem that these items count for, because they're just out in the open. Okay. Cool. No space left. Alright. So I guess we gotta get a Pyro Goblet. So what was the problem that you're talking about? Let's get a Pyro Goblet. Okay. There's no Pyro Goblet that's just sitting. There's this one, and this one is very good. Just sitting around. I don't even know who that was originally held by. But it's a good one. Okay. So it's his private business bala. Okay. You won't like me when I'm mad. Except you did like it when he got mad, so oh well. Now that... Winoculi, or... What do we pick up here? Oh, the feather. That's what it was indicating. Okay, cool. This little cave filled with gold. You can hear it clinking under his shoes. Right, right. Well, all that means is that you need to start being mean to customers. No matter how bad you treat them, they still deserve worse. Okay. Yeah. And that's probably good for keeping your job. It's definitely good for keeping your job. Your job-a-la. Okay. So the remaining robots in here, where would they be? Got some random wild hunt dudes around here. Okay. Hello, then. So. And huh? Oh, we didn't even get any. Oh, that's ridiculous. Whatever, whatever. Well, that worked somehow. Okay. Alright. Come on. There we go. I didn't even need to kill these guys, really. I don't know. Did she do anything that would have justified you being mad at her, honestly? Given how everybody treats you, including me, I think you probably would have a reason to get mad at her. Don't be ashamed of your resting bala face. So where are the remaining robots for that there? Okay. You were just a bit of a Cybala. Okay. So then... You can use this to get that Winoculus and... just go around some of these places. That will send us there, and let's just grab that Oculus. Nice. Okay. So the statues of the new moon will... Well, I am sorry to hear that. Let's do some offering. We worship this here. Let's offer it all. See how far that takes me, if anything changes about the statue. It did not change anything about the statue, did it? Well, big thing is, we picked up... We have not picked up a Shrine of Depths. We picked up one Shrine of Depths key. Okay, cool. Let me see something, actually. Statue of the New Moon. Was that already glowing? New Moon. Okay. No element yet. Yeah, they all look different, so it doesn't appear as if they change at all yet. We can get them to 5 this version, I believe, if you have all of them. Yeah. Once you have all of them, you'll have 5 with a bit left over, but we have a key, which is good. That's what I want, so we should be able to unlock one on this island here. Cool. So it... He starts around here, I believe. Yeah. It's not a big island, actually. We just do stuff here. Oh, now we've finished the pillar up. Oh, nice. Echoes of the Far North. Geography. O moon benevolent mistress, whither dost thou lead us? Let's heal up a little bit. We're already okay. Yeah, here we are. I think that moon fragment might be a little brighter than it was. Maybe. It is. I don't think that they'll change with upgrade level, because This one already does look like a completed statue of the 7. You should have taken the toddler's payment.
Yeah.
As vengeance. Yeah, I've said this before. They really should let you just shoot one customer per day. They would have to give you a special bala gun. It says bala on it, and when you shoot someone with it, it doesn't make like a loud gunshot noise. It just says bala really, really loud. You know? That's what they need to do. So what did he do? Did he just get angry at you? They really do need to let you just start killing customers. Okay. Can toss that dewdrop on, and what happens? Moon Spirit opens that up. What are you doing here? Oh, it's just you're making the little verdant whatever glow. That's cool, I guess. Yeah. It's just, was he a tourist, or was he Italian? Ball Italian. Ballin'. I need to be stopped. So he was a ballo. Okay. Oh my goodness. That must have felt even worse, honestly. He had no excuse. Okay. What's around here? Oh, so they were both really entitled. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, look, we can do some fishing. Awesome. Frost Moon Enclave Eastern Shore, one of the fishing points registered with the Nod-Krai Fishing Association. Located on the eastern shores of the Frost Moon Enclave, scenery here is lovely and the fish are plentiful. Berries in flower and berries in mint. I do appreciate that they like to give the types of bait use there. Yeah, you make them with stuff you can kind of throw away. Mauler sharks and crystal eyes. Oh, so they wanted to take advantage of the Black Friday sale and in exchange just tortured you. Nice. Nice. Okay, that's good. So what kind is this? And again, we don't need any kind of special rod. Night Gaze, Crystal Eye. Dazzling fish with a translucent crystal-like head often seen gliding through the waters of Nod-Krai. Its dusky hue calls to mind a starless sky, earning the poetic name Night Gaze. Researchers have found that its head is built with a protective fluid housing its actual eyes. It can rotate freely, scan its surroundings with ease. This unique adaptation grants it superior vision in the dark ocean depths or under the cover of night, allowing it to navigate and react swiftly to the threats even when light is scarce. Okay. How much did they buy for the toddler? I'm doing alright. How are you? Mari EJ. Is that a... Not new. Huh, okay. Well, either way, nice to meet you, I suppose. If you're here to watch and not just here to sell something, because I'm not in a position to purchase anything. Not really looking for any kind of art or... But if you just want to chat about video games or stuff, I am more than happy. Oh look, it's someone familiar. Bala, don't forget your promise from earlier. Your promise, Bala. Your Balamis. I'm sorry. That was excessive. Am I getting too close? What is up with these guys, these sharks? I guess their detection range is weird. Normally for a fish this small, they'd want it from farther away. Okay. That's good to hear. But we should be using the mint bait. Why are they not? I guess they're just really finicky. Well, that was dumb. Pulled away before we got a bite. Okay. I am losing my mind with this fishing minigame. Again, and part of it is just, this is the first fishing I'm doing in the area, so I'm not getting the benefit of the fishing bonus you get to fish you've already caught from the line tensioner. But still. Okay. My most cursed artifact piece? As in the one that got the worst rolls? Let me check. Neon Mauler Shark, an exceptionally fierce predator that roams the waters of Nod-Krai. There was a time when it ate anything and everything it came across, ravenously tearing its fruit to pieces. However, after too many specimens devoured unexploded objects discarded by the Moonpower Experimental Design Bureau, the species as a whole has grown more cautious. After witnessing what was happening to the regular Mauler Shark kin, a few clever individuals ran to camouflage themselves by feeding on harmless, brightly colored food. They gradually developed markings that looked like neon signs. While lying still underwater, they hoped local anglers mistaken them for discarded junk. This tactic didn't fool anyone. Neon signs were expensive and no one discards them while they still work. Despite this, their flashy appearance stayed up working in their favor. Some anglers chose to protect them on account of their unique exteriors. Just like that, these flashy sharks got another shot at a meaty meal. Let me just see real quick. Most cursed artifact piece. Just trying to think of something that rolled really badly. I know Arla has a weird piece or two here and there. Let me check. Oh, but this is old. I can't see how many times it rolled into... No, you can. You just have to... She got a piece that gave her a lot of EM, which was not especially good. Someone else who got a piece with a lot of EM that they did not need. Is it you? Yeah, off the top of my head, this Sans got a lot of elemental mastery rolls, which, well, it actually got somewhat even. But just anything with EM on someone who doesn't need EM, really. But there's nothing that I have like a crit Kokomi piece. It's hard to say. Because I would say kind of my most cursed artifact piece, in case of being just kind of ill-suited, is that I have an this is an energy recharge Sans that I made for Chaska. She has an attack Sans right now, but it's Kinij's, technically, that she's been borrowing on a semi-permanent basis. Which this one also rolled a bunch into defense. This is actually pretty bad too. But the main thing is, I outright spent ink on an energy recharge Sans for Chaska, because people were saying before she really came out, and people really truly understood, you know, after even leaks, how she was saying, yeah, it's worth it to burst every rotation if you can. So I actually built her with a lot of energy recharge so she could, and then it just wasn't actually worth it. So she doesn't even use that piece, and I guess I gotta figure out who else could actually make use of an energy recharge Sans, which, in an era where burst-reliant characters are fewer and fewer, and maybe I could have given that to Durin. But Durin right now, his off-piece is a goblet, so it wouldn't work that way. Oh, that was ornamental, right, because it was glowing. Let us make it daytime. My strongest character right now. Either Mavika or Nefer. Because Mavika is just hilariously overpowered. And Nefer is probably my highest invested team. Because they're not biting. What is up with that? Nefer, Welma, and Nahida on that team all have their signatures. Which, well, we were using the wrong kind of bait. And the big thing is that the Nefer, Nahida, Welma, Aino team that I run occasionally has no sustain whatsoever. An Azure Gaze Crystal Eye. Yet many creatures misinterpret its markings on either side of its mouth as closed eyes, assuming it's sound asleep, even when it's wide awake and watching. Interesting. Yeah, my strongest character is probably Nefer. Or at least my strongest team is the Lunar Bloom team I run with Welma and Nefer, Nahida, and Aino. But running the team is, again, very funny, because with no sustain, no shield, or no healer, any damage I take is not getting healed off, which can actually matter for an extended Abyss run. And also just means that Ineffa herself is pretty fragile to begin with. She does not have a lot of HP. And it dies easily. Yeah. Well, yeah, happy December from where you are. It is not quite December yet for me. But yeah, happy monthly reset shortly. And happy December to you. You know, to the extent that there's Indonesian Christmas or an Indonesian Advent season, I wish you a happy Indonesian Advent whose existence I'm not entirely sure about. So there you go. But again, that didn't go to much. We're at 67. A little over half already. And again, opening Shrines of Depth. Opening all sorts of stuff is going to be good here. Yep, there's that fragment came up out of. Yeah, I've thought about it, and I do have things in commission. Actually, just taking some time, because the guy I commissioned it from is in Indonesia, and their government is literally in a... They were basically in a state of civil war kind of recently, so he was kind of unable to work for some time, but there's already stuff in the works. So if you're trying to sell, I must apologize, but I am not really in a position where I'm trying to buy. And this will attract them. And can I disconnect you, or how then? Is there a blue one nearby? There does not seem to be a blue one nearby. I'm gonna have to pull it from the other side, aren't we? That is... Oh, will that break the link? No, that won't break the link. Huh. Huh. That's funky. So where, then, are we going to access it from the other side? Oh, just from here. We'll break that link there. So they're not invisible from one side or the other. Okay. I'm not interested in buying. I already have things commissioned. That is quite funny. I mean, depending on how long things may take, I may commission other stuff from other people, maybe, but I'm not going to encourage you to get your hopes up for no reason. I'm not particularly in a position of purchasing art right now. But thank you. Good hustle. Usian, adherent of the Frostmoon Signs. Being stuck in a place like this is a waste of my youth. What's wrong? Goodbye, so goodbye. If only I could go adventuring like you. What's wrong? Well, who are you? Sneaking up on me like that? It's nothing. I was just talking to myself. Anyway, spending every day stuck in these ruins. If I'm not reciting boring hymns, I'm helping my sister sort through books. Books that would take a lifetime to sort, and I don't want to waste my youth like this. What do you want to do? I want to be adventurer, of course, just like those treasure hunters free and unbound, or the legendary thief Reed Miller. Exploring unexplored domains, searching for legendary treasures, going on adventures with beautiful, captivating young maidens. That's the life for me. Okay. Goodbye. And his sister. Who is his sister? And we can see the hot air balloon from here, which is really funny. Who's your sister? Erin Ruth. She's the Lady Moonshiner's right-hand woman. And please don't tell her anything I just said. She has been complaining again. I'll be in the receiving end of yet another half-day sermon. Okay. Let's explore the rest of this island. See what's here. We're at... What is up with that rich ore reserve? Let us see if we can upgrade this at all. This is going to take how much again? Meeting point. We need 70 for that. Okay. But yeah, this is enough. Seems that no matter how many quests there are, they'll add up to 30 from a single meeting point, which is interesting, because one's at 3, but it was 10 per. Okay. And now, I can push that. How then are we gonna... That repelled it on its own. That attracts. And then they're switching? Somehow that seems to have done the job entirely by itself. I'm not entirely sure what just happened there, but again, I'm not going to complain. Let's go on to the next, and... blue. Blue. Can definitely use that to repel, but the other side is going to be a bit more complicated for sure. So we could pull it from one side, or... Interesting. Is there anything... There's nothing on the other side, so we're going to have to do it entirely from this side. Oh, it's mostly a matter of the switch they're doing. Okay. To make this... Oh, when they switch... Oh, it's gonna pulse, but it's synced up with... Okay. Now I can move you away, but... Oh, interesting. Only when the link is broken are you able to move there. So what precisely are we meant to be? Huh. This is strange. Oh, we're supposed to... I was gonna say we're supposed to propel it to the other side, but we can't do that. Can't do that. But now we can propel it back, can we? Weird. It's when they... I guess we ought to take it all the way to the side, and... There's no red. This doesn't seem to switch to red. Well, it's... They're individually pulsing at different times. Okay. Once you're red, we'll be able to pull you. Wonder what governs the interval. Oh, it's... Seems to be... Oh, the mirror we see it through. Kind of? Well, that's interesting. So now I understand what just happened here. Okay. The color of the mirror influenced the color of the nodes on the other side. It was sort of a lens. Okay, cool. Let me see if this would have said anything about that. Okay. Moon mirrors, different forms. Same object reflecting moon mirror, different forms take on a whole new appearance. Again, that's the issue. We unlocked all these tutorials so long ago. And it... Now it's kind of just... not seeing stuff. It's some way to refresh, I guess. And where is that Linoculus? I'm not dumb! The instructions aren't here. Though to be fair, if I were smart, maybe in theory I wouldn't need instructions, so... I'll shut my stupid mouth. I guess I'm stupid. Okay. Again, I don't need to use the treasure compass. It's not as if the stuff around here is hard to spot. And what kind of challenge is this going to be? And where is the rich ore reserve you're talking about? What is constantly triggering that message, I swear? Okay, llama. It's a deer statue there. Collect moonlit particles within the time limit. So clearly, we're going to have to use the moon spirit transformation for this. Reasonable. Again, okay. And it's based on our distance from the... And of course, from where we transformed, it doesn't get refreshed by a plant unless... Okay. Well, that's alright. Guess that's tolerable. We can tolerate it. Let's head up the top side. I don't want to talk to it unless I have to. Oh, I thought that... I guess I turned off that filter. That's right. Or is it because you're a subscriber that you can say that? I don't know, actually. But regardless, and this is the one we did for Llama's quest and unlocked the meeting point. That's right. Alright, let's just check this. You must unlock the compass and increase your exploration ability before you can mark locations of lost oculi on the map. Once your exploration ability is sufficiently advanced, the compass can mark clues related to hidden treasures. If you want to claim these treasures for yourself, it's only to solve the clues. Okay, cool. You can even mark treasure clues. Compass points. Clues to finding treasure here. That's what's really interesting. You know what? I don't mind anymore. I am not in a position where I particularly care about taking it slow. I want to get this done fast because I'm already tired. I think everyone does now, actually, but everyone includes you, unfortunately. Did you know you have rights? Unfortunately. Yeah, Twitch says Bala rights. And then close your eye. At this point, we could just use Llama. Because she can quiff horse up. Evil and intimidating horse. Well, of course, she's a deer, but you know. You know. It is really funny how she just whips out the deer transformation in the middle of the Archon quest, and I didn't think that would kill her. Okay. Alright. I wonder what these rocks here are. Either way, I guess we gotta heal. Oops. That was rather unpleasant. Okay. Herm. So what is all here? Changes the angle. I want to go up and just see what those rocks up to the top right are, real quick. The bass here is good. Pretty sure they have bass guitar in this. The song that was just playing and is no longer playing now. Okay. But we go down here. Don't see anything. Yeah, oh, there's a moon lane leading to what? Leading to the ships? This? Yes. Okay. Still counts as Hisi. There's an island in the middle. I know we reach there eventually, but is there something I saw there, or... No, I just got bewitched by the little bit of light and these big old whales jumping up and down. There's a movie called The Whale about a really fat guy. But that was supposed to be a bad thing there. You may disagree with that. Now a challenger. More moon lanes. I believe this one gives a lot of treasure, too. It's pretty nice. Oh, that's funny. You can't say it by itself. So the filter is oddly specific, then. Can't say it by itself, but you can say words with it in it. Oh, that's even weirder. So what should I do? Should I make it so that I can actually fully revoke your Bala swear rights? Or should I change it so that you have full rights? That actually got blocked. So I really don't know why. Oh, it might be because I said it myself playing Hollow Knight in the chat. It might have forced that to be accepted, and that's funny. I don't think it's just that, but still. Oh, goodness. The song by Eminem? Oh, we can only go one way. Huh. You would make a good ball layer. A good Wobula. That worked, okay. And now we got all of those, so that will add more of them. We have the jumping whales. Fun. I don't imagine we need to collect them all, though. Maybe. We'll see. Moon lanes. We might. Still have some minutes. Okay, cool. Some go this way, some go that way. No, I don't think we need them all, actually. That's fine. We don't need them all, actually. And that's all. Nice. Challenge completed, and... Is there going to be a chest over there, or... Yep. It's just really, really far away right now for me, and... Yeah, this rock is also somewhat whale-shaped. That's fun. Oh, and this counts as part as Lempo. Okay, interesting. Someone started entirely of its own accord. And I think the only way back from here is to teleport. Okay. Well, I guess that's alright. So is that moonlight going to lead me back there now, or where? Okay. Whatever. Whatever. Whatever, Bala. Let's just plunge down here. See about getting up to that north side. Yeah, that north side, which was otherwise kind of nothing, had that challenge. And she can actually continue walking through these shallows. Okay. Nope. That was not enough. And then, oops. We all lost all of our energy because when you drown, you lose all your energy still. Oops. Honestly, that's pretty funny still. In a perverse kind of way, it makes me glad they kept that. Because it so rarely happens. Especially with, you know, Milani and Notlan, or the fact that in Fontaine, you actually can't drown by running out of stamina. Because you have the blue stamina instead. It's funny. They still maintain the old religion of drowning in this game. Okay. I will take that off until we need to use it for cleanup. I think the only person who doesn't treat you like garbage is Dogman. I'm pretty sure that's true, actually. Yeah. Die. There we are. The other chatter who's here most of the time. I will acknowledge that I should be nicer to you. Will I? Hopefully. Maybe. Yeah. So they came back. We already actually destroyed this one. Okay, and... is this a cave entrance? It is. Tiny little cave with actually a good amount of stuff in it. There's a precious chest back here. Okay. That's fun. We can use Aino's burst up, sure. It's this somewhat tougher situation. Okay. Get hit. No. A little bit more. Please don't kill me. What? You done it? You're kidding. Never mind, I guess. We're gonna go all the way back to Sumeruland. Get our energy up, because the problem is that... well, one of the problems was that... if you're in water and you're not shielded and you're using Electro, you're gonna deal a bunch of damage to yourself, and if you have any real amount of elemental mastery built like Flynn's does, you're gonna deal a lot of damage to yourself. Yeah. Yeah. I could just use Ineffa, but I like using Nefair. She's fun. She enjoys life. I like her attitude, her approach to things. Actually quicken there, sure. So we're just gonna break out the really big guns then, and actually use Nefair there. Also because she is stupidly strong, and I can just use her if I want to absolutely delete an enemy. And right now, I think I do. I think I just want to delete the enemy in here. Alright. Ah. Yeah, the Wi-Fi hasn't been bad since. I think it is just as simple as I need to start restarting the router before each stream, and then it shouldn't really be a problem. But I need to actually do it. Okay. Alright. But as you can see, she's even more fragile. Isn't that amazing? Okay. There is no rich or reserve. Shut up. Okay. That means healing again. Okay. But yeah, there we were. It is interesting that there is a lot about Nod-Krai that feels sort of early Genshin. You know, the exploration doesn't rely as heavily upon character gimmicks. It's just different in a good way. Or at least nostalgic, I would say. It's not that I dislike Nod-Krai and Fontaine Samara. I love those areas, but it's interesting to have areas where you actually have to climb for real. Because it has been a long time since that has been the case. Okay. And that, you already went over there, I believe. Just double check that, because we're in the area, I suppose. Okay. Yeah, this Laterana, though, isn't... This is another whale rock. The whales seem to be very fond of rocks that are shaped similar to them. But honestly, if I had rocks that looked like me, I would probably be pretty similar, so... Can't really blame them. We're at 70 in KC. That's fun. 69 total exploration. Let's go over here then. Construct that meeting point. Level 4 for a blue fate. That's exciting too. If we get to level 5, we get the completion of the meeting point, which is pretty cool. And it'll look a little bit different too. Funny little statue. So the way I like to handle things really is just starting from the edges and working my way in. I think that's what we'll do here too. What if those radiant beasts come back? It's not as if I really need to farm them at this point, but still. I like the music here. Oh, we got more places to fish. That is icy crystal and Llama will work here, actually. That's right. Because we'll be able to get bloom on you by maintaining up. Okay, cool. Yep, we can still actually proc bloom on you right through that. Exciting. What did I say? She's strong. This is Colossal Assisted Movement Pivot. Oh, one of those cranes. That's fun. You've got a letter. Now buying a lantern to fish, and it Frost Moon Enclave Southwestern Shore. The fishing point registered with the Nod-Krai Fishing Association, located on the southwestern shores of the Frost Moon Enclave. Scenery here is lovely, and the fish are plentiful. And it's a bunch of Madakas. That is surprising and strange. Okay. But one way or another, if I just reset the router, should not be a problem, especially since it's going to be a new month shortly. And generally Wi-Fi is better near the start of the month before they start throttling my data, so it's exciting. Would like to have a nice foot forward for the new patch and for Metroid Prime 4, subtitle Beyond. Metroid Prime 4 : Beyond. But really, just... It's going to be interesting to see how interconnected the world is or isn't in Prime 4. We'll see. Try this out. Okay. You got a bite. These guys are not in a position to get any boost yet, it seems. But it seems that the radius in which they will take notice of your rod, of your bait, but not be so close that they'll run away is just a lot stricter than other fish I've seen. Because usually it corresponds on the fish size. It seems that their individual size may correspond to the sensitivity of a different size of fish, maybe? Perhaps. Hi. And yep, this will change the fish a little. Nice. Got some day version. Different versions for day and for night. Okay, cool. A lot of stuff we need for... Always need lots and lots of fish. for the fishing rewards. That will always be true, I imagine. There's a Linoculus over there that I left behind. Okay. So let us... It should be one that we can handle with just... Oh, but your shield is... Well, we did that wrong. Oh, we were on Aino, we were on Flynn's. I really need sleep after this. Slept quite poorly last night. Okay, cool. Come on. And what you gonna do? Oh, it didn't go through at all. I guess we can keep hitting your shield until it breaks. Cool. Can we just winter charge there, or I guess kind of not? Oh, it's a shame we didn't take Pyro. It's a shame there aren't any recent Pyro characters. And what am I gonna do? Bring back Durin for this one shielded guy? Maybe. Yeah, no. Come on. Come on. Cool. And hit. There we go. Good AoE on that too. But of course that took a silly amount of time. Okay. Steelbound Secrecy. Is that the top of a boat? It's clearly something for Tui, but past that. Okay. Okay. Don't hurt yourself. Don't hurt yourself, please. Moonville Silver and the Linoculus. And we will save the treasure compass for if and when I get well and truly stumped. 72. We're at 69 now. Nice. Yet again. Transit depths are an outsized amount of progress, so that will be a good idea. The last one on Webpo is actually by the Krumkake Workshop. So we can go there as well. Let's go over to the Green Island and see if there's anything we missed. Okay. Random Hilichurl there. Should be enough to hit it with just a bit of Hydro and just a bit of Lunar Charge, really. Yeah. There we go. More Moon Lane, and that goes to the middle. There. How'd I get on that side? Whatever. Crosses a bit. We don't need that, do we? And again, the Icy Pebbles right now are only used for crisp bread. It's kind of strange. Okay. And briefly, the music from the web event trailer for Nod-Krai played before getting overridden by this. No, it's actually just a similar sounding track that isn't the same. Okay, whatever. Cool. And somehow we avoided... Well, we took one little tick. That lasted a while before it disappeared, huh? Okay. We don't need to worry about water. About hydro application. Oh well. No. Dodge. Nice. And this is why we take you, because it's nice to be able to just delete Radiant Beasts, especially since I'm not bringing any healing. Gotta delete them before they put on that golden cocoon. That golden cocoon boa. No. This will just be Flynn's by himself. That said... Hello. Oh, don't like you. We bait you into doing a charge. Yep. See ya. Fantastic, but we still got hit by the shield. Annoying. And that's fine, because I don't think this will ever work. Now, I should mark it Lure of Lingering Fragrance. As in... I'm pretty sure this cookpot is permanently extinguished, except when the island is in red mode, but it's in permanent blue mode after you do the quest, so that is decidedly not happening. Okay. Thunderblap Reef. Oh, and there's a... Right by the mirror, another one of the robots. Okay. Get over that way. Presumably those islands are going to be Hyperborean in nature. What just hunt out and disappeared? Whatever. Some bug, I presume. So that isn't a rich ore reserve we actually did collect. I certainly hope that that message doesn't keep popping up in random unrelated areas of the island. Okay. Scuffed. Okay. Well, Fwins will not work here, but we can use Nether here just fine. Cool. Ain't that the best? That is... Nasha Market sees the dawn. Now, if I wasn't bringing Nether, my only offense would really be from Fwins, which would not work for that. I guess we could have some kind of stupid Quicken Llama. That could be funny, honestly, but I won't do that to myself right now. Let's go around the edge of the island, and there is a Rhinoculus there. Ha-ha. Ha-ha. Okay. Check it. Hi? Hello? Okay. And it is honestly faster to do it this way than to let Aino break them. Unfortunately. What would be the fastest would be using Zhongli's E. Holdy, well, to be fair. Razor's Holdy actually does quite the same thing. Should let us break the mirrors. Or maybe not. But the Krakas, which was what what's her name called the robots, are seemingly still here. Huh. Well, free country. Herm. Let's pick this up. And oh look, it is another Radiant Beast. So it's a good thing we have. Nefer's burst ready. Well, Nefer ready and Lom's burst ready. Because only with both of those can we just take it out in 3 quick Nefer charge attacks before it decides to drain my HP. So let's get this ready beforehand. Since there's no hit, there's no reason to just not use it before. Really nice. Cool. Cool. And thanks. Alright, that was not good at all. Thanks. What? Huh? Huh? You are getting murdered. I really don't like this. Okay. And I prepared so much, and then it just wasn't working out. Oops. So let's go real quick and just go somewhere where we can make ourselves not dead. And to be fair, maybe in an earlier age, it would have been less ideal to just rely on the statue and delegate our healing to it, but my goodness, we got 260,000 HP to restore, and we don't have HP scalers in the party anyway. That might make it a problem, but we don't have them here right now. But, let me see. There we are. Didn't fall. Because with every statue unlock, you get more HP for it to restore, and eventually it just becomes, okay, cool. Let's go over there, and it's just the Oculus in there. Don't see anything over that way, so we'll just return to where we were, from whence we came. There is a challenge here, which I imagine is connected to these trampolines. Okay. Herm. Let's take this. Collect moonlit particles, and what do you know? The trampolines here had a purpose. They weren't just there for fun. I could never believe that. It is interesting, and a sign of rare mercy, I suppose, that they're trying to streamline exploration a bit, I'd say. I will say that the fact that they're integrating exploration a lot more into quests is honestly a good thing, regardless of whether it's a streamline or not. But complete 6 open world nexus and activate attempt challenges in Lempo Isle, Kisi Island, and Pa Isle. Okay. Again, it's 71 now. I think we can make this within a reasonable time frame. Which is good, because I gotta stitch together the video, and the longer the video is, the longer it'll take that to process. I just... It will be a beautiful, joyous day when I can just plug in an Ethernet, or at least just get better Wi-Fi. Okay. Yo. Have to eat my whole family or something. I don't know. Commit cannibal. Okay. Okay. Let's break these. And, well, that didn't entirely work. Now let's just see. What is a Quicken Llama going to do here? Well, the blooms are actually damaging them, and since she's fully build, that ain't half bad. Yeah. No, they're too far away. Annoying. Winter Bloom and a... Right, no more Quicken Aura on them. Exactly. Okay. They also severely decrease, as you may or may not know, Bloom self-damage this patch too. I mean, last patch. They did a last patch. So it's a lot less likely that you blow yourself up with Bloom, which was largely meant to be a Llama buff, actually, because when she came out, there was no Nefer, and she basically existed just to buff Nilu Bloom teams, or, well, any Bloom team, but running a Bloom team other than Nilu Bloom was kind of silly, stupid, and pointless. So there was one more, and oh, we have to go around the other way, that's right. Yeah, dumb. Let's back to the other side. Okay. Around here, there's a chest and an Oculus. Good. Let's play around up here and find that thing, then. Where was it? Okay. Please, please. Again, no worry about lightning. Can't take damage from moon power lightning, and it doesn't really seem there is any here right now anyway. It should work. We'll encounter that Oculus somewhere around here. Oh, right, it's just over there. Okay. Alright. Pick this up. Break this in the meantime. I don't think I'm really going to get all that into crafting the Nod-Krai craftable weapons anyway, because I'm now in a position where I prefer to just get the signatures, but even still. Maybe I'll need it for a quest or something. There's nothing wrong with having more stuff that could be used for, I guess, tossing into a parametric transformer in the absolute worst case. So now... we're gonna go over there and break that. Okay. Blue on the other side, so it can attract, but we don't really want it to. Now that it's been reversed, we can make a staircase that allows them to get to that side. And now, we'll get the treasure chest in here that was previously inaccessible, and that also means the robots have finally all been reunited. And then abandoned by the gal, I guess. Can make a blue force field and slide that up from below. Nice. Thank you. You're happy now. So that was the end of their purpose, I suppose. I don't think there's much else for them to do. Okay. That way is again still caved in. This is the quest we did. Yeah. That part is completely a dead end, so we'll get that final Oculus from here and return to the main body of the island. Cool. Final resting point of that staircase, which is not in a particularly useful position. Okay. Let's hop up, get the little bit that's left here, which is just a couple of plants. Okay. Can use this to hop up a bit. Okay, right here. Lots of you. Good thing there isn't much worry about a refresh time at least. Okay. And else here, it cleared out Thunderclap Reef. Do you like that there are a bunch of electro slimes around here to match the theme? And of course, the Radiant Antelope was also an electro life form, though that one I like a little bit less. Okay. Can pick that up, so let's go over and claim the last Oculus here, which is the end of stuff on this one island, too, really. Don't believe there was anything else to really find after that. Okay. Please, please. Oh. And again, the closest thing to an exploration ability is Llama's Deer Mode, which, again, is not all that much. Unless, I suppose, you get her C1, which increases its duration significantly, but still. Okay. That's the end of that island. Nothing more around here. Not detect anything nearby. Yep. So I want to see now. Is there enough to level up the statue and get another one? Because if so... Not quite yet. We need 4 more, and then we can get the final Shrine of Depths key for this version and get to 80. Pretty quickly from there. Cool. Goes down that way. Let's go up to Silver Moon Hall. Over there by the Hera, maybe. Okay. Let us go traipsing. Gonna frolic through the fields. There's that one cave over there that I... Is there anything really there right now? Oh, that was where we came up with the crabs are, right. So not really, not really. See that there, there's a... Radiant, Radiant, Radiant. Let's actually let Flynn's do this. Because we don't need Hydra here. That's right. Got the Hydra from that there, and... well... okay. That's fine. Please don't do your Radiant whatever. Cool. Barely worked. We wasted a bit of do, but I really should have just let. Well, I'm gonna do it. Shouldn't try to be funny, especially since... The big thing is I thought I could maintain the clowns using the Hydro Slime's Hydro, and then the slimes just died. They died. So it did not work. I think you really need to fight back against your roommates in some way. I don't really know what that would mean in context, but you gotta... Can't let them walk all over you. Gotta pull up some ball of resistance. And right, this is, if I recall correctly, the way to Llama's Hidden Grove, which is now completely inaccessible. It is the only forest on this island. It's not even a forest. Oh, hello. This goes inside there. So we'll wink it. Oh, no, okay. Gonna wink. Goes close now. What did that bring up there? Another mirror. Okay. That... We'll pull it. That won't quite work. It's on the other side of this mirror. Now we have to use repulsion to push it, because since they were linked, we can push them either way. Right. Okay. Huh? Huh? Wait. That didn't quite work. We gonna have to reset this? Hope not. We might. We attract that on either side, or... Huh. And do anything? I think we might have gone the wrong way. We might need to reset things. Unfortunate. I pull things up? No, no. After a certain point, I think the bond is too strong. Wow, one with an actual failure state. I'm kind of impressed, I guess. Okay. So there. Moves that up and breaks that link, or at least it should. Yep, now that... Now that'll pull. Okay, cool. I'm not entirely clear which ones will perma-lock and which ones won't, but I think we got our chest. Yay! They've met. Sun just broke. Okay, yeah. All of the magnetism is just gone now. Okay, cool. So then, let's go over this way, around and by Silvermoon Hall. Shrine of Depths on this island. And again, it is maybe a little silly how outsized of a portion they count as for the sake of exploration. But in this case, I think I'm okay with that. I think we should just have to do a bit more around there and we'll be done. So, hello. Hello. Again, anything by Silvermoon Hall. Hello then. Still want to use this to keep things going. Yeah. You, the Lunapods are very passive. A lot more than the others, at least. A lot of radiant stuff. Again, there are some spawns which presumably are tied to... tied to treasure chests and won't come back once the chest is gone, but I really haven't had any of that going on yet. Not that much, at least. Okay, cool. Pick up this there, and... I believe the Shrine of Depths is up on the left side, on the west side, I think. Investigate, get rid of the radish. Go to Lempo, and yeah, 2 more oculi. Right. Oh, interesting. It doesn't appear as if there's anything on Silvermoon Hall anymore. Will this door open to me anymore? Or do we just have to use the teleport inside? Yeah, we just have to use the teleport. Let me test if it'll open for the Traveler. Maybe. Nope. It won't. Still a physics object. I wonder if it might permanently open once Columbina binds the world or something, maybe. Okay, I'm pretty sure there was an Oculus up here. Initially. And they gotta scatter and just absolutely go bonkers with the oculi. Especially since I don't think we're getting as many Nod-Krai expansions. It's going to occupy a smaller portion of its own patch cycle. Again, we've been promised Mara Javari, and I think... Well, I don't know. Easy Breeze Resort had Pyroculi in it. Because Not One only got 4 cycles. 4 is pretty much normal for the region. It's about as much as is really expected these days, yeah. Well, Inazuma had its Electroculi split out, but to be fair, it had fewer individual expansions. There was Chasm there too, and Enconomia notably did not have Electroculi. Came out today, Enconomia would probably have Electroculi, and it's been a while since I climbed up here, but I'm pretty sure this had Inoculus, but that is no longer important. Just gotta get back to this side of things now. Open the shrine. Open another shrine too. But yeah, once we were able to finish up with quests and get to actual exploration, though again a lot of it was just shrines, it should start going pretty fast actually. I won't complain. Again, it is interesting that the interstice, the little dragon bit of the moon, as well as... Let me see. Oh well. Let's let Flynn's do this, because not everything is ready. Okay. Cool. No, okay. Alright. Well, whatever. You didn't get close enough, huh? Whatever. Die. No, we can use the Tide Seal Stone, can't we? Maybe. But I like letting Flynn's fight wild hunt stuff. It's fun that way. Okay. Ouch. Ouch. Okay. Please don't die on me. And he can decipher their whispers, quote unquote. Still pretty darn hard to make out. Yeah, you know, just moderately lower level of distortion on Wild Hunt voice lines. But again, he also gets, and they don't say it, but he is the only person who can interact with those gravestones, which to be fair are only on his island, but he also has 2 totally unique quests. Nefer has her own quest system to compensate for the fact that she got added after, because, you know, they couldn't really make Nod-Krai exploration this cycle with Nefer in mind. All her stuff is around Masha Town, but she's got a bunch of quests just for her, and to be fair, soon for Yahuda too, but still, oh, another Lunapod, hello. You know what, sure. I'll let you do this again. Well, I guess you're dead. That was bad news. I will say it adds a bit of slapstick to everything here. But if it's radiant and, well, it was in water, but again, if you're in water, that also means I'm gonna electrocharge myself, and with his 400 plus EM, he's gonna take real damage from that too. Yep. At least he can't lunar charge himself. You know, in light of that, it is kind of notable that there is no enemy that can actually trigger lunar reactions. It is purely a matter of player behavior. Everything else works. We kind of saved you. Not really. Okay. Hello, friend. No, that's... Cool. You are, unfortunately, yet again, kind of close to death. That's okay. No space left, which means it's time to feed Durin's Goblet. Okay. It's at level 12. Okay. Do need to clear out the old inventory, but that's okay. Nice. Should be nice for him. Have a dewdrop right here, but what are we to do with it? Pun completely accidental. There's nothing in there. It's a cave we went in before. Oh, right here this way. Okay, cool. Yeah, this rock. Toss this dewdrop at that there. Moonlight or... Okay, just a chest. Reasonable. This one does not go as far apart as others have. Well, that's okay. Get our crystonite. Oh, okay. Connection is wobbling again. Again, tomorrow it will be December. And by Friday it will be December 5th. And it should not really be a problem anymore. I hope. But a rock to toss at things... But I don't think there's anything around to really toss it at. I think. Regardless. More pebbles. Yeah. If it's something we had to break, it's something we've already broken. And right, I think we got there and broke it just using moon power when we weren't really intended to be able to. And then it just... Well, maybe... Maybe over there, actually. I think it might be that one. That one might be one we have to toss it. Oh, a hill troll rogue in here. It's kind of surprising. Got a dewdrop, and no, that one won't. Will that one break? I don't think. Let's try it, but it'll take a bit to ferry that rock over there. Okay. We can... continue. Huh. Except we're going to need a way to... Probably with a transformation, which we can do using this plant. Okay, cool. Let's ferry that rock over here. Can we... Can hit you. This one that'll break? No, it's one that adheres. So what was... do anything. One dewdrop on there. Splits that open, makes a moon spirit. Going into the tree. Talking to the deer. Oh dear. Assume we will need a bit more, but while we're here, no reason not to... Yep, that one's not lit up. That'll light him up for the puzzle. Let's just open this. We're at 86. Cool. Now we're at 93. Okay. We're at 74 now. Okay. We need to use a snail to get our power. Okay. Dewdrop. Dewdrop. Should be another hanky. Oh no! It's a rock we gotta chuck, and I mean that one would work too, but okay. Well then. The dewdrops on there, right? That's the problem. Bothersome. You came back. Okay. Yeah, let's take that back from there. Oh, we can't get close enough, huh? That's really annoying. So I guess we just had to throw it and nothing else? Don't imagine we had to ferry it all the way over there, but annoying. Now that the dewdrop is there, it is in a really inconvenient position for me. Because it's just stuck. You see, it's right there. I'm gonna have to do another ferry the hole. I hate that. Dumb, dumb, dumb. I guess you can sort of tell whether it's gonna be one that will split versus one that will break based on some positioning. Maybe. I didn't want that. Didn't want that. Okay, finally. Now we can break it. Good. That just released the other one. The rock did not disappear again. Guess some of the rocks at least will be kept. Guess should light it back up. Revitalized. Sending down a little bit of frosty mist when it did. Oh, and lots of moonfall silver. Interesting. Okay. Oh, but I didn't... Picked it all up, didn't get to see what it looked like in the overworld. Oh, whatever. It doesn't matter that much. Hello. Got 3 of them. This means it is an AoE situation, which means using Aino would probably be a good idea. How about you get over here? Said I don't have anything to pop its hot air balloon. It's a bit of a bother. Well, okay. Alright. I think this will still be just fine. Oh well. Oh, but you're not getting hit. Annoying, annoying. Thanks. No, you're falling down. Yeah, that'll work. Barely. Finish you off with physical normals, and Hilla Trolls are some of the few enemies that will actually... It's ruin constructs and Hilla Trolls, if I recall correctly, that will resist... This is supposedly something. But can't interact with it right now, at least not from here. That's kind of weird. Oh, whatever. Not a big deal. Resist physical more than any other any given element. Generally speaking, these days they've been more averse to having physical sort of just be worse elemental, because it doesn't need the crippling. It's bad enough as is. So this will be one. Okay. Yeah, making most enemies not have hilariously high physical resistance still was not enough to save the physical, so to speak. And that was enough on its own, because it's just a common chest. Okay. Should have enough, and let's see what happens if we try fighting the Hera using this stupid and silly team. That isn't really much of a team. Got another one, and what is your deal? What can we do with you? Go around to something blue. Maybe over there Or anything inside. Oh, you can see the goat jump all the way up there. That's pretty fun. The world is alive. We bring you into here. No, you just vanished. You got too far away. I guess it is just there to look pretty. Perhaps. And that up there. That is something I'm pretty sure that is just that cave. Yeah. Which... I've already fought you. I don't need to do it again. But other than being a passage from one part to the other, and having that one Frost Knight sign with a chest, it doesn't really have much purpose, I suppose. But not everything needs to. Sometimes things can just be. Like all the silly dead ends in Silksong. What if we brought you down there to the other one, actually? That may be it. Maybe. Also, if we climb up there, there's some stuff. What are you doing? What are you looking at? There's probably sun with that. Just don't quite know what. Other way, we're very close to max on Hisi. I like that. 75. Okay. Again, we have the final shrine on Lempo. Ugh. But again, she's not really suited for anything with a wall. Huh. You're still with us. Oh, maybe we actually just need to ferry you up top? Maybe. Hard to say. Hello. There's an Oculus here. Silly goat. Hello. What you gonna drop? If we don't kill them right away, they will vanish. Similar to their equivalents over in Leeway. Yeah, alright. Where can we lead you? If anywhere. Take this as a source of infusion, I think. Oh, red one! And a... Okay. I need to lead him around, and that broke it. Huh. What specifically, then? Let's break this one, then? Maybe. Let's see. Oh. Can jump up here, and this takes us to this little cave. Probably other side of the mirror? Maybe. Or... Huh. Why'd that other one break, then? Honestly. Kinda weird. Probably something we have to do with those mirrors, but still. Interesting. The blue one over there and the red one over here. What are we gonna do with you? Can repel. What in... Now I can see you. Moved over to the other side, so okay, we're moving through the mirrors to reveal the spirit each time. Yeah. Might have to get blue this time. Okay, attraction. Repulsion, we see you again. The one thing we see, now you're up higher, breaks that, so the revelation is entirely tied to the spirit itself as it moves between the mirrors. Okay. Cool. And now with red, you're there. We repel you. There's no deer statue here, so this is not one that has any kind of failure state, I presume. Clear it. Push that out of the way, and... Will this reveal you, or... Then we pull it that way. And 4s. Can't reach that on that side, but... Now that one's finished. The statue is here. So where now? Oh, it's just pull each one. The end is easy because the other parts are maybe a little more complicated. Gonna spawn in a chest, I imagine. Yep, thank you. Cool. So in that case, what is the blue one there for? I guess just to bring around for moving the dewdrops? Suppose that would make it a little bit easier, but even still, that's a bit flimsy. The red one stays here, so that probably was what it was. If you didn't want to play around with the snails, or if you didn't want to hurt any of the snails. Okay. Cool. Hello, then. Cool. Nice. You can... Thanks. Dodge. Dodge. Okay, well, never mind. Seam will still work just fine, obviously, but it... Hey, there's something in the teapot. Not really the time. Okay. Miwa never just dies. It will happen again. Oh. Okay. You got a little bit of stuff. That's fine. Okay. Let's go back, fight the Hera, because it's Vera. I think we'll also be able to level this. That's right. Though honest to goodness, that starts a quest, and I don't really want to do that right now. Okay. All I want to do is fight the Hera. Hello. Hello. Please don't step out of the way. And there we go. Cool. How much more we gotta hit ya? Oh, well, there we go. Thank you. This is actually a very nice way to... Oh, well. That was worse than I expected. Cool. And... stun for a bit, and it's dead. We don't need its materials at all. It's just fun to fight it real quick. Except the part where Fwynn's died. I'm more surprised it was Fwynn's who died and not Nefer. But hey, there you go. That's power. Okay. A little bit more on this portion here. Yep, and an instant respawn. That is a very convenient behavior change they made some time ago. There's an Oculus just sitting here. But again, yeah, I mean, to be fair, there are a lot more that are just sitting out, especially since a lot of chests are specifically tied to puzzles now, too. I mean, exploration. Less to puzzles, and I see some machinery. Interesting, and just another Oculus. Frankly, the fact that Oculi are just scattered around for really just climbing stuff is also very reminiscent of old style, so to speak. And again, not in a bad way. It's nostalgic. Come on, come on. Alright. Huh? Oh, timed out at just the wrong time. Hate my stupid Chunguslov. Okay. That's what happens when you're low on energy. Okay. There we are. It only took forever. So there is a Fatui boat around this way. Is there anything in particular? Let's see here. See more Fatui and an Oculus right here. Alright. Let's let Winds handle this one too. You can let him fight Fatui. Fightui. Octua. Okay. So other than that one right there, anything in particular on this ship? I could see it maybe being a Or we can just proc lunar charge damage and take you out that way without having to use any of our hard-earned energy that will just go away next time Flint dies anyway. Yeah. They're making me miss Ineffa. How crazy is that? Okay. Again, this is 100. It's nice. This is 76. Oh, we can play around a bit on Limpo. I'm gonna do that robot puzzle, honestly. And this is the seeming extent of things. Just gotta climb up here, get that Oculus, and trade in for a Shrine of Depths key. And then go over by the Craftshop, because I know that one of them, the last one that currently exists, is there. But again, unless somehow they go for 4, then 3, and only 2 Nod-Krai expansions, theoretically there should be 3 more. We're gonna get Pyramida and the creepy Wild Hunt Island that as of yet has no name. And then, honestly, well, presumably Hyperborea, which they put Hierarchical and Ancient Sacred Mountain, which they had not previously done for instance areas. And Economia because they wanted it to be special, I guess, or didn't think it was appropriate to have it in instance areas, and then Chasm because it was... No, never mind, they were Oculi. Remoria. Never mind, I'm stupid. Yeah. Since Remoria, they've had them in instance areas, but Chasm makes sense, because Leeway was already complete in the statues to boot, but who knows what they did with Economia. Key sigils are cool, but also, you know, weird. So yeah. Let's do this here. Okay. To be fair, let's offer this up. Here we are. Doesn't really look any different. Yeah. They might all have a change at level 10, but other than that, I don't know. Now let's actually just go bite the bulletin. Max out this meeting point. Sure. Okay. Bite the balla. Moonlit quietude. Lunar semblance, whispers of faded radiance. An elegant statue modeled after the lunar semblances of the Frostmoon Scions. Form is suffused with a soft lunar glow. Whispers of bygone days are sealed within its cold and silent frame, transmuted into serene moonlight. The statue cannot speak, and only those who earnestly seek the past may hear these murmurs of faded radiance. The Lamba Moonchatter of the Frostmoon Scions relics like these are repositories of untold wisdom. Waiting only for the right seeker. And that's complete. It's gonna look different. Oh, we were on the other side, so and now it's grown a bit of a tree to it. Fun. Bit of a tree, bit of light. Well, I think we can now say that the Grand Library is complete. Next, we'll need to find somewhere to put the bird stands, cushions, and deposit boxes. Donations. She is kind of a Miko, I guess. An offertory. Oh yeah, hello there, Traveler Paimon. Thanks to your help, the library repairs are basically complete. It's really starting to look the part. What about that other stuff you just mentioned? You plan on putting on all of that in the library too. Yes, that said, it's too big of a job for me to handle alone. Let's plan on getting some of our more skilled artisans to help out. The things, do they really belong in a library? Well, she likes birds. So... The Grand Library in Daishoko is open to humans and animals alike, balanimals. Since we have furniture for humans to sit down on, there should naturally be some for the animals too. Oh yeah, that does kind of make sense. Wait, what about the deposit boxes? Those are the ones I used to use, and the little animals came to talk to me about their struggles. I'd originally planned to make some new ones, but some of the animals are nostalgic for the older items, so we brought them along too. Wait, animals telling their struggles like a therapy session? Heck, kind of sounds like an Isa bathhouse for animals. This is a tough job. Well, both humans and animals look to as an attentive listener. Isa Senpo. This is one of my duties as a moon chanter. I would not call it hard work. It's true all living things have a need to feel heard. Especially deer. They're in one. A herd. I've always encouraged everyone to come to me without reservation, whatever troubles they may be facing. Hiding your thoughts deep in your heart will not solve anything. In fact, it often makes the problem worse. Suddenly curious, do more humans show up for counseling, or is it mostly animals? Oh well, I've never looked at the numbers. My sense is that the animals consult me more often. After all, my daily routine is more or less the same as that of my people, and they don't usually come during work hours. It's only when I have free time that I get the occasional human visitor. Like right now, hello. Animals, on the other hand, lead very different routines from us. Chic badgers tend to visit in the early morning hours, while ibises often drop by after sunrise. Finches come in flocks during the afternoon, chirping and chattering away. And again, we've got our big light in the sky. I wonder, you could probably get this going without restoring the light, but it's natural and sensible to do the quest first. Roundhorn deer visit at dusk, mostly alone, though sometimes with one or two friends. Once the night is fun, I get the odd weasel thief burrowing into my home. But that leaves you with no time to yourself at all. Your schedule is packed. It truly is. There's one time when a weasel thief stole some pine cones that a group of finches was hoarding. Must have been around 20 finches that flew to my bedside in the dead of night to protest the transgression. I had to ask the sniffer mole who I'd just been chatting with to invite the weasel thief over. Took a lot of work to convince it to reveal where the pine cones were. By the time all parties were satisfied and ready to leave, the sun was up. I slept in till past noon that day. 20 finches, I can just imagine what a racket that must have been. Paimon would have given up and gone back to sleep long before you did, and probably pulled the blanket over her head first to block out the noise. Since they'd taken the trouble to come to me, I felt I had a duty to help them. And the results made it all worthwhile. After getting everything off their chests, the finches went back to happily hopping around, and the weasel thief went off in search of new exciting treasure. But humans are less forthcoming than animals. Too often they hide their true feelings in the deepest corners of their hearts. Even those who come to me for guidance, I feel as if they tell me only part of the story, leaving out what truly burdens their soul. Perhaps they are unwilling to say it out loud, to face the real issues head on. Human society often encourages people to hide their true selves. Ningen no shakai, human society. It is not dissimilar to the way that some butterflies hide away in a withered leaf and camouflage their wings to match their environment. Social interactions between humans can be complex and difficult. Everyone has their way of coping, and I don't judge them for it. Nonetheless, suppressing one's true feelings can easily lead to melancholy and depression. Deep-seated issues like that are difficult to resolve no matter what advice I give. I see. But again, it's interesting that it's kind of funny that, you know, she's one of the sort of job-occupied female characters in the game. You know, Hoyo, overworked woman. But she's not overworked. She has exactly the right amount of work for her, which is very funny, actually. So an idea I thought, what if I could find a way to bring complicated human minds and straightforward animal ones together? Maybe by spending some time around each other, both could experience a new perspective. It was with that in mind that I renovated the Grand Library and turned it into what it is today. Spacious and well-ventilated and open to humans and animals to come and go as they please. Yep, now it's got this nice canopy of rugs, it seems. Yeah, spruce it up a little. Except maybe on rainy days when they're looking for shelter. For the rest of the time, people can visit whenever they want to spend time with the animals, browse books, rest, and enjoy the sun. And perhaps the company of our dear animal friends will not be driven away by anything they say, but encourage people to open their hearts and share the truth of what lies within. But of course, only Llama can actually talk to the animals. Jesus, talk. Lots of time. In the Japanese, she said the part about spending time with the animals at the end. Not that it matters that much. Well, you really put a lot of thought into this library renovation. It sounds great to Paimon, hugging fluffy animals, lounging a chair all day without a care in the world. Just thinking about it makes Paimon feel all warm and fuzzy. Visiting the first chance I get, save me a seat. Notice that she did not mention the books. Yeah, of course, your assistance with the renovation works was invaluable. It should go without saying that the library of the Frostman Sign shall always be open to you. And again, it seems that the Luna sigils are essentially meant as a stand-in for books or for mechanical components or whatever's needed to upgrade the meeting point area. And Erin Ruth, she is Frostmoon specifically. Where should this book go? Oh, traveler, welcome. Waiting Llama mentioned you and said if you're looking for... Hurry, have to wait a bit. She just went out to attend some business or organizing the books that I am. Since this library was built, Lady Llama has asked us to shift as much of our book collection in as possible. Then she also requested to make some cushions and stands for the animals. She said that this would give them a place to rest when they visit. Don't really understand it, but she must have her reasons for giving such instructions. I will just put this book, and boy is it as thick as a brick, by Jethro Tull, on the bottommost shelf. And that way anyone wants to use it as a footrest or stool just needs to pull it out. Was it recorded? It seems a bit casual. Oh, don't worry, this is a running account of the words and deeds of moonshiners, and they forgot the of over various generations. It's in manuscript form, too. So, yes, I know that I shouldn't be saying this as a priestess, but this book is likely the least interesting in this entire library. It's just on such and such a day and month a year, moonshiner said this and did that, and these were the results or consequences all the way down. Through pages every time Sleep eluded me, and it worked like a charm every time. Is there nothing interesting in it at all? I thought there'd be some interesting anecdotes in there. Well, they exist, just not in that book. I've heard quite a good many such tales, though. Don't have this job for nothing, you know, hee. Or is that really a priestess's job, and where did you hear these tales, I wonder? My sister priestesses, of course, they know all sorts of stories, let me tell you. For example, one of our previous moonshiners had a strange habit of spending 2 hours soaking in a nearby lake whenever she had to organize some ceremony, regardless of the season. She would say that the lake reflected the moon, that she could enjoy the favor of its light and goddess while thusly immersed, which would then help the ceremony proceed smoothly. Times where a great many ceremonies were held, she'd be soaking practically every day. Ceremonies went off without a wrinkle, then, well, she'd be kind of pruny and wrinkly if she spent that much time in the water, right? Could her body really hold up under all that? Well, the ceremonies she organized went well at least, but long-term exposure to the cold caused that devout moonshiner to develop a serious case of arthritis, which forced her to bow out early. Despite that premature retirement, she maintained that the pain was a mark of the moon goddess's regard. Basically, stigmata. I don't think that the moon goddess's dominions cover arthritis. These two related precisely. While the moon would be covered by the clouds and disappear when it would rain. I believe that the accompanying joint pains were the moon goddess bidding her farewell. The moon could be seen even in such times. Then it was the moon goddess's summon. She would run out into the rain fully clothed and began to cry. Later in her old age, we had to find her an acolyte to watch her permanently, ensure that she did not risk her health further. Lucky pre-note, whoop, that fortunate acolyte, that was me. No wonder you know all these stories. Seems your time as an acolyte paid off then. And of course, that wasn't just listening to stories, though. I learned much as well. Get the chance in the future, I'll write them all down in a book, then I'll call it, oh dear. Much chatting, not for book sorting, still, what should I call that book? Perhaps Llama could come up with a good name, I'll leave you to it. Oh, but it's special dialogue, indicated by the symbol. Interesting. Well, rewards here the Frostmoon Signs gather within the teachings of Moonlight. To the maximum, oculi treasures and relevant clues. Nice. And the rewards there, we got that there. This is the version with a bit of wood and light around it, the fully upgraded version. And yeah, now we have a little canopy. That's fun. Do like that they change a little in appearance when you finish that. So let me just see real quick. Where's all that? It... hardly anything. Okay, and it... guess there was something I missed here. And if I hadn't had all that, I probably would have kept on missing it. That's funny use for cleanup, but it's... we need 4 more percentage, and... okay. We just run right past the dock. We can, I believe, pick up the Shrine of Depths on that island over there. I believe it's on this island. Should be. So, one more jump across the water. Grace on the water. Lips like sugar. Okay. And more whales over there. Should do some more. If you want to. If you feel so inclined. It has been an unfortunately long time, and that was 2 all by itself. Fun. All by itself. What can we do with this, if anything? I don't know. I guess we just watch these whales. Think we can upgrade the Craftshop point now. Oh, and a clap push-up. Why did she not do push-ups? I mean, I can imagine a reason, but... okay, yeah. Let me see, and one more anecdote will be the bolt. Guess we could just go around here then. Sure. Okay. Well. And oh, it's actually in there. So, wait, how? Oh, we have to use the spirit transformation to shoot ourselves out. Strong Boliceps. And there we are. That's another one. Let's keep collecting. There's one over there by a Radiant Rhino. I mean a Blade Horn, but that's a Rhinoceros. Get real. Okay. The Muscle Ball. Okay. Ooh, a little bit more. Come on, die. Die. That was rough. Going remains. Next one is over there, and what do we... oh, right, it's just a... okay. Just a mirror. Yeah, the side push-ups, or... I guess there are multiple ways a push-up could be one-handed. Okay. Let me see. But if it's not there... huh. It's a treasure clue. I think we might need to just open up a deer statue. Because I know that the ones that have... yeah, toppled over deer statue. Get a chance from this. A line! Yeah, there we go. That was the clue. I used to be really good at doing planks. In part because I'm also kind of small. It's a lot easier to suspend yourself when you've got a favorable muscle to mass ratio. Okay. What if planks were easy because of your keep going instead of your weight? Because of your continue. You need to eat more. You need to go to Italy so Bella can force feed you. Turn you into, I don't know, pate. Food. You know, anything just so you eat. So you have enough strength to, I don't know, survive the cold Texas winter. So you get to more than 107 pounds, because it... Cool. Oh, right, this is a side. Right. And we can coexist with the Hydro, Electro, and Dendro, because the way Quicken and Electro Charge work. It's actually quite nice. So another chest is going to be up there as a puzzle, and... There's got to be something up there, right? I think it's something we already got, though. Probably. I think you're about the same height, if I recall correctly. If you don't eat, if you eat so little that you are constantly underweight, that also will do bad things for your energy. I would not recommend it. Aw. Need to repel that, I believe. Because otherwise this one will get stuck. Oh, ouch. That was not good. Oh, you have to... Interesting. That's how that works. We have to change the site. We push that there together, and then... Let me reset that, just so I can understand what actually happened here. Pull that to the other side, and then... Okay. Because this will lock it. Yep. The tractor beam caused us problems. Okay. That will force it around, meaning... Pull that there, and... That's still red. That one did not change. Now we can repel that. Can we? No, we can't. We had to do that beforehand. Unpleasant. Yep, so that had a failure state. Aw. Through here, and that'll also work, but we need to get Spirit back. Yeah, it... For the love that is all and good and holy, please feed yourself. Do not die. And yep, that did actually change it, so now it's red. To make sure we don't view it from the mirror. Actually, view it from here. You're blue now. You're blue now. There we go. It's very quantum. It's viewing it which changes it. So if we don't look at it, it won't change. So what you're saying is you pooped it all out. At least you're regular. Some of us aren't. Let's go do this one last challenge, but we got to 80. That's exciting. The one thing I'll do is... Yep. A high level of fluctuation, especially at a low base weight, is also inadvisable. It's inadvisable. So I think we can... We got all the rewards. I think this is a good stopping point. Yeah, that's good, but... Please take care of your health and yourself. And well, I guess that's everything. Everything on Hisi. And we got to 80, and that's the main important thing. So if we switch the mannequin to the mannequina, we will get 3 more blue fates for free. So I'm gonna do that real quick. Yeah, that's worrying. That is on the verge of actually starving to death and, you know, experiencing failure to thrive. So, please do not fail to thrive. Okay. So, let me see. Already got the blueprints for today. Let me see. Let's go and check the mannequin below. Also, over here, why not just take this? Okay. Forsaken Rift. Just gonna get a couple more resistance books for Razor. Because he gets real good with Hexerai, actually. You know what? We can level him a little, but all the Hexerai characters, it's Sucrose, and did I level Sucrose's talents? I think I did. No, I tried using her for Milani. That didn't work, but she worked great for Flynn's. Oh, actually, well, gonna take some cash, but we do have enough. No, do we? You know, maybe I should have done this beforehand, because it's not non-zero damage. Okay. I will say, I will be fair and say, some people are just naturally skinny in a way that isn't unhealthy for them. And, for example, that's true for me. I'm naturally on the skinny side. I have an Asian frame. I mean a half Asian frame. As opposed to a ball Asian frame. That's what Bala has. Okay. I don't know about that one. Okay. Break that. And spin. Melt you down. There we are. Okay. And let's get 40. Not all Asians are related. If you said something like that around Asians in Asia from Asia, they would probably, like, kill you and stuff. They hate each other. Exactly. The human family. Well, either way, we're at 80 now, and I'm satisfied with that outcome. He sees pretty clear. It's nice. Got Lempo and Paha, and it should not really be much trouble to get those to a good position. Clear those out before 6.3 drops and adds more areas. And more artifacts, and Columbina, and if you believe, maybe the White Horse Adeptus. Not sure I do. Yeah, guys. Just don't ever marry anybody. Because it's always at least a tiny bit incest. So we had 6 more freedom books. I guess we could maybe pick some of those up. Though again, Sucrose doesn't really need it. It's Hexerai Razor we care about. So it's Mona, who's at 999. Venny, who... I got Venny to 999 a long, long time ago for a Morgana team. Even though his actual damage didn't run anything other than EM. And damn if I am not feeling vindicated. We don't have Kui. We don't have Durin yet. Mona's at 999. It's Sucrose, Official, and there was one more, right? I think. You're there. More like a distantly related cousin, I guess. Venti Albedo, who is also there, right? Venti Albedo Mona. Don't have Kui at all. Official. Half of them for me are already where they need to be. Sucrose Razor Official. Well, apparently in Indonesian, Bala literally means family. So, what that means is, very, very distantly, she's our Bala. She already was. Now even more. Okay. Now even more Bala. You're already there. So let's just... And of course, again, I will probably wait until they give us a real Hexerai artifact set, but... This is a good starting place. The big thing is that his C6 is now going to give him a hilarious amount of crit rate, too. Crit damage. Well, we were talking about how everyone's a little bit related. And as Lotus said, in Indonesian, in Indonesia Ballin, the word bala is slang for family. So I was saying that you're our bala. You already were. Thank you. I'm glad you liked it instead of reacting in fury. But yeah. He wants to use Serpent Spine. That's something like a Chevy Bennett team. Maybe with Durin, honestly. Yeah. Chevy Bennett Durin. That would also be no electro resonance though, so you could maybe run it with Fischl, although I don't think he really needs to worry about energy. I can't. I don't have any of them. They're saying that because she's 90. I don't have any of the funny special Stella Fortunas. So I can't actually do it. For better or worse. Let's just switch it to the Mannequin-Bala. The Mannequina. And then get 3 more blue fates. They transed my gender. Okay. Oh, wow. I'm just doing this for the blue fates. What should I name? Which one should I pick and what should I name her? I mean, I picked this one for the other one. Sort of generic otherworldly one. Aw. Aw. Name the other one Mushin. Yeah, guys, don't marry a cat. Because it is at least a tiny bit incest. There are other reasons not to do it too, but that's one of them. I'm sorry. Because this one is gonna have a name. What should I name the girl mannequin that I'll never actually use? Should I name her Mushina? Maybe I should just name her Bala. Like, we can make a gal or something. I'm gonna put the choice in someone else's. I'm gonna let other people choose here. With an E? Well, the other one is already named Mushin. I couldn't name him the same thing. Or I could just be really boring and just actually pick. Just keep it this way, because I'm only doing this for the 3 blue fates anyway. So... I halfway just want to name it Bala. I mean, Bala is like it's more like a general use term, you know? I almost kind of want to make it the fan base names, you know? Balos and Balas, or maybe Bolos and Balas. And for people who have indeterminate gender, they can be a Ballet, maybe a Bele. Exactly, you know, we have Bolo, Bala, and Bele. It's all covered. See? I don't know what I'm doing anymore. They gotta put me down. I mean, also, it's just, I don't know what you look like, and if you made choices, it would kind of self-dox. I mean, if you wanna, do we want to make a Bala mannequin? In recognition of your contributions to your community, to the community, the multiple gift subs you have. Well, there's no green skin tone. Randomly select. Oh, wow. Not the Ball Slayer. That would be sad. Hmm. Do we make a gal or something? Let's make a generic gal. Maybe. That doesn't work. No, what here's what we'll do. We'll make a fake Lamine. That's about another golden. Yeah, not Lamine. Wait, none of these are really. Whatever. Fake Lamine. No, that's too silly. Okay. We have Lamine at home. Character limit exceeded. It actually accepted it. That's hilarious, and it gave us the overwrite key. Oh, that's hilarious. Okay. Alright. Lamine at home. You can just stick with this. Sure. I mean, it's already been done. It's already been done. This is Lamine at home. So now I can go back and level up Lamine at home and do a few rolls on the standard banner. Yeah. Obtained Mannequina. I will see about that, but oh, interesting. Oh, with sort of a, you know, man-woman shape, I guess. The mannequin and the mannequina. Very special item. It is interesting that it's only once. Oh, but this profile heads up does not change. Okay, interesting. But here we go, and she levels up separately, which is interesting. And it... Oh. Oh. So you can only have one of them out at once, but... Isn't that right? No, never mind, never mind. But regardless... I did not intend to do that. That was a silly mistake. I mean, in the end, that isn't so bad. We could use a cool steel one day, but I guess who needs to get a couple more tiles now? Okay. For free. For free. I'm not taking them there. You can if you're really silly, actually. You can actually do that on... Who would do that? Who would do that? Regardless. You know, I guess you could, like, If you wanted to be silly, you could use the mannequin to make your perfect waifu, and then... I know some people have done that. Can't have 2 mannequins in the same party. Oh, I forgot to actually do something with the voice. I mean, that works. It doesn't really matter that much. I don't think you could actually do that. They're kind of on the short side. Regardless. No, you already have Mavica. You don't need a Mavica at home. The whole joke is that since the one character I can never get is Lamine. So this is Lamine at home. We have Lamine at home. Can't get Lamine at the restaurants, so we have Lamine at home. No, because they sync to the element of the Traveler. And can't get a Cryo Traveler yet. Oops. Ho 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 ho. Ho ho ho. I guess I'll just need to go pick up some more tiles on my own time. Yay. Because this is now not enough. Ah! Yeah. That's 7. Where's this gonna take me? From 35 to 42. Okay. 36. 37. 38. 39. 40. That is nice. I will be able to do some more when I roll for Durin as well. Which is cool. 42. It is at least purple. And it's an eye of perception. That's okay. That's okay. Alright. That... What was that? Oh, joint meeting point construction Frostmoon Enclave. Reach match construction level with the Frostmoon Enclave. Sanctuary Pilgrim Moonlight Islands 1. Unlock all of the Friends Adepts in the following areas in Nod-Krai, Wempoao, Hiseo, and Bahat. Okay. Moonshatter, the Design Bureau, and there's nothing really for Lempo. Though I guess that's kind of... Lempo's a lot of stuff going on. Really, it's got Nasha and Nefer's whole stuff. It's also got... It's got the lake. It's got 2 out of 3 of the proofs of the Cognoscenti and Nothing passage, which I imagine they kind of wanted to keep kind of secret. We got the red and blue. It's a magnet, guys. Well, that's all. I gotta fix up the video to upload because this connection decided to be stupid today. So we will. Just remember to reset the router before things from here on out. Inshallah. So, yeah, Sound Dragon.